Cik satu cik satu cik 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 selamat datang cik 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 cik. Iya Bu, Prof.
Cik, cik satu, cik, cik, cik satu. Cik, cik, cik satu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ya. Bismillahirrohmanirrohim. Burita teh yang mana sih?
Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Welcome to Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Welcome to Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Welcome to Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Welcome to Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Dr. Juntika Nur Ihsan MPD, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Professor Dr. Boyke Mulyana MPD, the Honorable Speakers, Professor Firly Debauche, Carolina Peterson Ruiz, and Professor Dr. Amung Makmum MPD, and the Honorable Organizing Committee and all participants. A very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace 2023. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the event. Dear all participants, before we begin our event, please allow me to read the agenda first. First, singing national anthem, report from conference committee, welcoming speech from the Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, presentation of keynote speakers, and closing. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our first agenda, singing national anthem. All rise. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Be seated. Diperkenankan duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a report from the conference committee, Professor Dr. Amung Makmun, the chairman of the 7th ICSDP 2023. To Professor Amung, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Juntika Nur Ihsan. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health, Profesor Dr. Raden Boyke Mulyana. The Honorable Vice Dean, Vice Director, Dr. Agus, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Pirly de Boscher from Leeds University, Brussels, Belgium, Ingrid Bettler, PhD, from Bettler International Sport Advisory, and Carolina Vetersen-Ruiz, Executive Director at WePlay. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Hindman of the conference, I sincerely greet each and every one of you with great pleasure and respect as we gather here today in the School of Postgraduate Study Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia for the 7th International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace, ICSDP 2023. The International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace is organized by the Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, ICSDP is held twice a year, July and November. We thank you, Koni West Java Province, for supporting us financially for this conference. It is an honor for me to welcome you all to the conference. The participants of this conference come from a different university in Indonesia, China, and the Netherlands. The 7 ICSDP organized online and in-person participation hybrid system to make this conference accessible for all participants abroad. The theme of this conference is Sport for Sustainable Development. We would like to share and learn with all of the speakers about how sport take part in sustainable development. This conference aims to provide a platform for interdisciplinary discussion on sport issues regarding sustainable development, sport policy, physical education, physical activity, and other topics about sport. Selected paper will be identified for development and publication in the CINTA 3 Journal, International Journal, Google Scholar Indexed, and Proceeding ICSDP 2023, and next maybe Scopus Indexed. Finally, I hope this conference can give us more information and help us gain new knowledge about sport and sustainable development to become the one who start the action. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you to Prof. Amung for the report. And now we will have our next agenda, welcoming speech from the Director of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Dr. Juntika Nur Ihsan, MPD. To Professor Nur Ihsan, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. the honorables, all the keynote speakers. Here we have Professor Amung Makmun, Professor Sport Policy and Development, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and Head of Sport Education Study Program, School of Postgraduate Studies, SPSUP. Professor Firly de Bolser, Associate Professor at the Department of Sport Policy and Management of the Pire Universiteit Basel, Belgium. Ingrid Bowles, co-founder Sustainable Mountain Alliance, Legal and Integrity Director, the Chief Agency Founder for International Sport Advisory. Carolina Peterson Rouge, Executive Director of We Play Green. Dear presenters, participants, conference committee, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to Bandung and SPSUP to participate in the important event, the 7th International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace. This conference is organized by the Sport Educational Study Program of SPSUP and held twice a year in July and November. On this occasion, the 7th ICSDP is held in Bandung, Indonesia from 20 to 22 November 2023 with hybrid system, online and in-person participation. In order to achieve UP's vision as the leading and outstanding university, SPSUP strong support any activities related to the internationalization of study program, such as the first international accreditation of study program. Second, organize international conference. Third, joint research and joint publication with overseas universities. Fourth, mobility program for students and staff. And 5, visiting professor and adjunct professor visibility in the world. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to Sport Educational Study Program for taking the initiative to carry out this annual scientific activity as a part of improvement of UP's visibility in the world, especially in the field of sport and physical education. With respect to the theme of this conference, Sport for Sustainability Development, this is an important and interesting topic for discussion on how sport sector and contribute to achieve sustainability development goals. This conference is also a good platform for interdisciplinary discussion on sports, physical education, and physical activity among researchers, educators, and practitioners. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you will be very busy with this agenda. Finally, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 7th ICSDP have a nice conference with fruitful discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Yeah, thank you to Professor Juntika Nur Ihsan for the warm welcoming speech. And dear ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our presentation, we will have a documentation session first. Jadi Anda tetap di kursi Anda saja dulu, kita akan dokumentasi terlebih dahulu. Mau ke depan nggak? Ya, terima kasih, Prof. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, presentation or keynote speaker session 1. In this session, we will have presentation from Carolina Peterson Ruiz, Executive Director at We Play. In this session, we will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Rita Anggorowati, MPD. Dr. Anggorowati is an educator, school consultant, and former school director from early years up to senior high school with more than 25 years of experience. She's having an educational administration background, both in academic and practice. She is currently working as an affiliate researcher in the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization Regional Center for Food and Nutrition as the team lead of education and shared value workstream at Action Against Stunting Hub Indonesia. Well, it is a short CV of Dr. Rita Anggorowati. Without any further ado, to Dr. Anggorowati, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my respected Professor Among Ma'mun and then all the lecturers coming from the Faculty of Sport in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and then all of the lecturers and also the students. So it's been an honor for me to become and to serve you as the moderator for this session. Actually, this is my 7th times. So during the international conference of ICSDP. So we are still waiting for Carolina to be here with us. So please give me a clue whether she's coming, okay? Because I'm on the Zoom too, but then I cannot see that she's now here. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ms. Wulan, for your kind introduction. And then hopefully all of you are feeling so great in this occasion. We're going to have 2 days of conference and we will have 4 keynote speakers. And hopefully all of you could learn quite a lot during the session. So we have 2 keynote speakers this afternoon and 2 more tomorrow morning here in the same room. Okay, so for today's agenda, because we are still waiting, I know that it's probably going to be a time constraint because Carolina Ruiz actually is coming from, she's coming from Brussels or Sweden. Oh, so in Sweden. So we have time difference. Now it's morning. Okay, now I can see her. So good morning, Carolina. Can you hear
Now,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you. Nice to meet you, Carolina.
Nice to see you too.
Okay, so my name is Rita. I'm going to be your moderator for today's session. Okay, lovely to see you. Nice to see you in red. So here in this room, actually, we have more than 100 students. So we'll be listening to you and all of the lecturers too, coming from the faculty. Okay, so hopefully you don't mind with this kind of arrangement because now hybrid is becoming our things, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's great to be able to be digitally in Indonesia. So hi to everybody.
Okay, hi to you too. So this is actually afternoon session for us, and we believe that this is morning to you, right?
Exactly. It's early morning. It's 7:30.
Okay, is it winter in your place?
It's winter. It's very cold. It snowed yesterday for the first time.
Okay, so hopefully this conference could warm you up, okay? So Carolina,
Exactly.
today we are going to have 2 keynote speakers, including you, for today's parallel, but then we are going to separate the time. So your time is going to be 1.5 hours. This is to include your presentation for 60 minutes and then another 30 minutes for question and answer. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our medium of language for today's session is actually on English. But then, should you have any question that needs to be translated, do not worry. You can simply send it to the committee, and then I'm going to try to assist you, and then to try to translate your question to Carolina. Hopefully, it's going to be fine with this kind of arrangement. And then before Carolina Peterson Ruiz is going to start her session, before we proceed, allow me to introduce our honored first keynote speakers. So Carolina Peterson Ruiz, based in Stockholm, land, Sweden, is currently a manager at so she's a former manager at KPMG Sweden, bringing experience from previous roles at KPMG Sweden, Grant Thornton Sweden, PwC Sweden, and Tradebo International Conference Series on competition and ownership in land pass. She holds a 2016 up to 2018 Master in Management Business at the Stockholm School of Economics. She contributes valuable insight to the industry with a robust skill set that includes strategic planning, research, social networking, foreign language, and more. She is now currently Executive Director at We Play Green. And what is We Play Green? Actually, this afternoon or this morning for her, she will be briefly explain about what is all about We Play Green. So without further ado, Ms. Ruiz, the time is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm not sure. Are you sharing my presentation or should I go ahead and do that?
So would you like us to share your presentation? We can do that, but then if you feel that it's okay for you to share your own screen, it's also fine with us.
I'll do that
I
instead.
believe that the committee already opened that for you, or could you check? Is it open?
It doesn't seem like it's open. But
Okay, so probably we need to allow Ms. Ruiz to be a co-host. Committee, wait, okay, we need to arrange that for you. Okay, so it's now open. Can you please try again?
Let's try again.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, you might be seeing something.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
Perfect. So, hello again, everybody. Thank you for the lovely introduction. So, like you just heard, my name is Carolina Peterson Braith. I'm living in Sweden, although I'm half Spanish, half Swedish. And for the past year and a half, I have been working with the foundation We Play Green. Almost for a year now, I have been the executive director of We Play Green. But what is We Play Green? We Play Green is a foundation, so we're a non-profit global foundation, we like to call ourselves. And it was established in 2020 by the professional football player Morten Thorsby. He is originally Norwegian and plays for the Norwegian national team and is currently playing in Italy. If we go back to sort of the roots of the organization to try to understand why we believe in the impact that We Play Green can have on the world, Morten, around 2015, when the Paris Agreement was set, he started hearing about sustainability, and the more he heard about it and the more he read about it, the more interesting he thought it was. And at the time, he was living in the Netherlands, and he realized that at the club that he was playing, the 25 football players, they were driving around 1 kilometer from where they had breakfast every morning to where they trained and then back again to have lunch. And they were all sitting in their 25 cars driving back and forth that quite short distance. He thought that this was quite unnecessary. So what he did was that he spoke to the club and he said, well, why don't we buy bikes for everybody so that everybody can bike that distance instead? And so the club did. And of course, when football players do something that us regular people do on a daily basis, it received a lot of attention. Media started writing about it. They wrote articles. They wanted to do interviews to try to hear, wow, look at football players. They're doing something for our planet and for the world. Fast forward a couple years and he moved to Italy. And he started playing there, and then COVID hit us all. And after some months of being inside and being quarantined, he went outside with a friend to a beach and started a beach cleanup. And again, some pictures were snapped, and it soon got quite a lot of media attention as well. And it was even a politician from Rome, from the capital of Italy, who contacted Morten and said, hey, this is great having professional football players at the highest level engaging in these types of actions. Why don't you come over and we can talk and try to see if we can engage other football players in the community as well? And that's when We Play Green started. So by realizing that being a football player, you have a platform and you have a voice which reaches a lot of people, and trying to make use of that voice and trying to sort of gather all the forces in the football family. So why We Play Green is necessary is because, yes, it's true that people are understanding more and more that the environment and the climate, they need help. They need our help, and the green shift is happening, but we believe that it's happening too slowly. And we think it is because it lacks support from the people. So what we want to do at We Play Green is to take us from sort of that box where it says current support to the actual needed support, and to be able to reach the UN targets by 2030. And to do this, not only do we need more green supporters, so more people supporting these types of initiatives, but we also need every person to be doing more, so having more individual green actions as well. And we believe that that is what we can do. Right now, when we talk about the environment, and we talk about climate action, and we talk about the green shift, when you worked in this industry or in this segment for a little while, you see that you see the same people over and over again. And it's great that we have scientists and politicians and activists that talk about the climate and the environment, and they motivate each other many times. We often sit in conference rooms, or we sit in conferences like this, and we all believe in climate action, and we all believe that we need to do something to save our planet. But the problem is that it's quite hard to reach to the rest of the people in the world. If they're not already engaged, or if they don't already believe in the importance of this, it's quite hard to reach them. But we think that we can reach this level of support. We can reach other people through the football, because the football family, like we like to call it, we're over 5 billion people in the world who in one way or another are either working directly with football, are fans of a team, we're supporters general, or we consume football in one way or another. And when you think 5 billion, I mean, it's quite obvious that it's more than half of the world population, but just to understand sort of the magnitude, it's 100 times the size of Norway, or 10 times the size of the whole population of Europe. It's more than 2 times the size of Christianity, and 2.5 times the size of China. So it's a lot of people that we can reach through football who are already engaged in the sport anyway. There's quite interesting research. Recently, the MIT, they published a research paper saying that football players are actually the most influential people in the world. And this diagram, it looks very pretty. It's a bit harder to read, but if you look to the left, you can see that soccer players are the most influential group of people, more than actors, more than politicians, which you can find on sort of in the middle to the right, more than individual athletes, which is great for us. And it's true that the 100 most popular football players have over 4.5 billion followers on social media. And of course, we're double counting there a bit. But it comes to show the real power of influence that these football players do have. And influencing works. And it works when it comes to sustainable lifestyle choices. Unilever published earlier this year another research saying that when people nowadays try to find sustainable lifestyle choices, or try to find, okay, so what can I do in my day-to-day? How can I change my actions? People turn, in many cases, to influencers, or in most cases, they turn to social media to see sort of what are the people that I follow and that inspire me doing to make changes on my own. So with all of this, what we can see is that at the moment we have a group of people who are talking about climate action and sort of creating a change in the green shift. And it's usually politicians and activists and people who already believe in this. But what we need to do is we need to reach the rest of the world to really start making change, and making change a lot faster. Football is a social phenomenon that really is the largest social phenomenon we have in the world. And by using the football players, who are the influencers of the football family, we can reach many. So this is what we do at We Play Green. We use the player voices to, first of all, start creating awareness. So do we have a problem? What is the problem? And why is it a problem? Also to continue to inspire people to understand that we need to start making changes. And those changes come through a change in attitudes, but it also comes through a change in the actions that we do in our day-to-day lives. But player engagement is made, not born, like we say. Football players, they have a great potential, they have really strong voices, but it's very seldom that we find activist football players, which is why We Play Green is important as an organization, because what we do is we go out there and we recruit players who have perhaps already shown some kind of interest in sustainability, but they don't really know what to do with it. Just recently, we had one of a Swedish national team player who reached out to us saying, I am very passionate about the subject. I have been reading and trying to study on this a lot for quite some time, but I'm not sure really what to do with my voice. I've tried reaching out to different organizations to get some help and some push and some drive. And he came to us to try to get that help, and it's great. And sometimes that's the way it works. We have players reaching out to us, and others we reach out to them. And like I said in the first slide, We Play Green, we're a player-based organization. So at our core are the football players. And to be able to go from those players who are perhaps interested to be able to get them activated and using their voices, we have what we call our player platform. So in the first stage, of course, we need to inspire players to feel that this is a problem that they should care about, and also to feel that this is something that they want to work with. So we have an inspiration platform to recruit players. We do it, of course, many times through the players that we already have. It's always very powerful to have that, a player being able to talk about his or her own experiences and recruiting others that are close to them. But we also work together with national associations and with different clubs, where we go to the clubs and meet with the players and tell them and talk about our initiatives and what we're doing. Once we've managed to create that sort of interest in our players, we go on to our player academy. And this is really where we teach our players about what is sustainability, what is the climate crisis. And this is both to inspire, but also to make sure that they understand content behind it. And of course, this is, even though there's an arrow to player assistance, the academy always continues going. And we both give them sort of one-on-one coaching, but also provide them with other materials that they can read up on. Or if they're engaged in any activities, we will of course support with more knowledge as well, or through our partners. And then we finish with the player assistance. And this is really the most important part for the players. And here we both coach and assist them, but also activate them and provide different services. So it's everything from sort of the more content-based assistance to also making sure that they feel that their voices are heard. If they're, for example, starting an initiative at their club because they feel that they should be traveling by train to the games that are closest to them instead of taking a flight, then we'll support them in that if they want any help from us. Or if they're signing a new contract with a club, for example, and they want to have a clause in the contract saying that they can engage in these types of activities, We Play Green activities, then we can assist them in those things as well. So it's very important that we have a very close relationship to our players, which we think is great. So some examples of our player assistance. On a monthly basis, we send out our We Play Green newsletter to all our players. And it's a combination highlighting what other people, what other players, We Play Green players are doing, but also what we are doing as an organization, if we have attended any interesting events. And then we also try to shed light on different important dates to remember. So, for example, in September, we did a number of different posts on social media, and we informed them of those types of things as well, which is very appreciated. Together with that, we have monthly meetings with our players where they can assist and they can share experiences or ask questions, or hear and listen into what we have to say, what has happened in the past months, what's coming ahead, and getting that feedback from them as well. One of the examples of also some type of assistance that we did was we partnered up with Ecosia. So Ecosia is Berlin, so a Germany-based search engine. And what they do is that they plant trees So for every, they use ad revenue. And then what they do with that is that after they have covered costs, they invest the rest of the money into different activities that help save the world. And one of them is to plant trees all over the world. So we partnered up with them, and we provided links to all of our players in case they wanted to share it with their followers as well. We have done the same on our social media, and it's a way for us to contribute, and also for the players to feel like they're doing something positive as well. We are all using Ecosia right now at We Play Green, so we downloaded it and are doing all our searches and using it as if it were Chrome or any other browser. And by doing something quite simple like this, we're contributing. It's also quite interesting because the energy needed for every search is actually provided through solar panels that they have on their own. So it's quite interesting, and I would really recommend you to read more on it. But these are some examples of how we assist our players. And our activation strategy, when it comes to sustainability, we often find that people accept it more and are more willing to make changes in their day-to-day lives if they get sort of gentle nudges, and not when somebody tells you that what you're doing is completely wrong. And that's what we try to do at We Play Green. I mean, everybody has a role to play. Everybody can do something small in their day-to-day lives. We don't need to be making extreme changes in the way that we live, because, well, first of all, it's probably not going to be sustainable, at least not in the long run for us. And so when we try to activate and when we try to inspire people, we want to do it in a friendly way, in a way that inspires people intrinsically to feel like, oh, wow, I really believe in this. This is something that I could do better. And they start making changes. But we also need to be credible. We need to have credible voices, which is why we partner with universities. We have a PhD researcher who's doing her PhD with us at the moment. We partner up with other NGOs that are much larger than us, that have been working with different topics for a much longer time than we have. And it's very important that we have that credible voice as well. We both work globally, but we work locally as well. We find that often when it comes to these topics, people are more responsive when we start talking closer to home, right? So it's always important for us to both recruit partners and players that are local to spread this message, but without stopping that global reach and focus. When it comes to the football family, like I said, we're a lot of people who work with or follow football in one way or another. We have the general supporters of the sport, so those people who maybe see that there's a Champions League game and they think, oh, this is a good game, I'll watch it, or their national team is playing, and even though they don't follow it rigorously, but they consume football. We have the fans, those who really focus on one club, that are very interested, and they follow every single game, and they buy the jerseys every season and so on. And then we have the grassroots, which is the kids or the juniors who start playing football. And often when we talk grassroots, we also talk the wider community, because it usually is a way of sort of joining both the kids, but the coaching team and the parents and everybody around it. So we try to always focus on all three aspects. And like I said before, it's very important to start with creating awareness and sort of that inspiration. So why is it a problem? Because if people don't understand that it's a problem and how big of a problem this actually is, it's very difficult for them to start making changes. Then you need to engage them properly and sort of get them feeling that, okay, I might have a role to play in this as well. And then finally resulting in action. And then another part of We Play Green is we live in an ecosystem of other actors within football, and it's very important to be able to partner up with them, because they're the regulators, they're the ones who set the rules for the football industry, but we always want to keep that independence to make sure that we can always challenge and sort of push the football world forward. So these are our key 6 key points when it comes to our activation strategy. So when we talk about being friendly and inspiring, we're talking about things like this. On the 21st of September, it was the Zero Emissions Day. So what we did was that we asked our football players if they wanted to engage in one way or another, and our players are luckily very engaged. And so many of them decided to ride a bike to their training, or ride a bike to go to the grocery store, or to meet up a friend. And then also upload pictures of this. And it might seem quite simple, but as a football fan myself, I know that when I see my idols doing things, even if it's like this, one, it makes me feel like they're actually closer to me, because we do the same types of activities, but two, it also engages other people, and it makes it more interesting to understand what zero emissions means, and sort of have a little quick read about it. Earlier this spring as well, during Earth Week, so the whole week surrounding Earth Day, we decided to do a number of different activities and engage our players. And one of them was a little cook-off, where we asked our players to use food that they already had at home, and vegan food, to create a quick and yummy lunch. And we had 2 of our players, Elin and Sophie, and we were able to follow them throughout their day, and they created both a sweet potato salad and some vegan enchiladas, which was great fun. And we actually got a lot of good feedback from those 2 initiatives. But it's fun to see that it's friendly, it's inspiring, it's yummy. Sustainability doesn't have to be boring like many people often think, and it doesn't have to be extreme. You can have a great and yummy and healthy lunch that's vegan, and you can travel by bike and sort of contribute in a small way. Like I said, we work both globally and locally as well. So an example of a local activity that we recently did was together with Telia. So Telia is, in the Nordics at least, one of the largest telecom companies out there. And Telia has started Challenge Fund, or Challenger Fund. So what they have done and what they're still doing is that they're shedding light on different good actions and activities done by individuals that are challenging sort of the status quo. And they partnered together with us and did this with our founder, Morten Thorsby, where Morten was challenging the way that the football industry uses garments. They're often used once and then they're thrown out. There's really great overconsumption, overproduction of football garments. And so he was talking about the need to do something about it. And I believe that the idea is that there's a number of people who have been nominated, so to say, and the voting will take place quite soon, and then one winner will be voted. So we really hope that We Play Green becomes that winner. But in any case, it's good to have these types of more local campaigns. On a global scale, on the right side, you can see, for example, with WWF, we partnered up with them last year, end of last year, for COP15, for the UN Biodiversity Conference. And we had a number of our players support the Team Earth. So we had jerseys made together with WWF to support their actions. We also partnered up with, for example, UEFA in a number of different activities. We're invited to conferences, and some of our players, they sit in different committees as well. We collaborate with, for example, BBC and Sky Sports, and do different interview series, for example, with them. So for BBC Sports, Morten actually won Young Athlete of the Year last year, and he was there in London, and he gave a speech and sort of shed light on our work. And for Sky Sports, one of our players, Diane Caldwell, she also spoke about the types of activities that her and her club are doing. One of them is they're now playing with jerseys that have stripes to shed light on the change in global temperature. So we partner up with a university and doing some quite interesting designs there as well to shed light on these types of problems. So it's important to have that both global reach, but also be more locally present. And that ties quite well in with the partner, and but also keeping that independence. So two of our players, Morten and Rachel Corbos. So Morten, our founder, who's now playing in Genoa, and Rachel, who's playing in France in Reims. They're both part of the UEFA Environment Steering Group, and it's a group that's meant to discuss these types of questions. And for UEFA, it was very important to have some player representation as well to get their opinions, or their independent opinions, on what can be done better. So what things are being discussed in the locker rooms by the players as well, which is great. Then recently, a couple of weeks ago, UEFA also had an event where they presented their circular economy policies, and Morten was there as well as an independent speaker, speaking about these topics and sort of what he thought were the main challenges in the world of football, and what should be done to forward these types of actions and initiatives. So again, very important to partner up with entities like, for example, UEFA, to get that credibility within the football world and to properly be able to impact the world of football from within. But it's extremely important for us to keep that independence, to make sure that we can continuously challenge and push for change. And here we come to sort of our call to action. So what we actually want from the community and from people who are following We Play Green, and this is what we want. We want our football family to join the number 2 community. We're in the development process right now of digitizing that platform and having a forum where fans and can exchange and can have that online sort of community. But what we're doing mostly right now, and what we're finding is happening quite organically, is that more and more people within the community are, number one, hearing about We Play Green, but also understanding the types of activities that they can do. And we have a number of activities. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures, but of people using, for example, the number 2 on the jersey. For us, it's a very representative number, and you'll see it time and time again. And it actually, or we started with it a number of years ago, but Morten, he changed his jersey to the number 2. He wanted to change it to 1.5 for the keeping global warming under 1.5 degrees, but they wouldn't allow 1.5. So he had to go with 2. But the number 2 is really becoming quite a symbol that's related to We Play Green. And so, one, we have a number of players, both professional, but also junior players who are starting to play with the number 2 jersey, who are starting to wear the color green in doing that type of symbolism on the pitch. So many decide to celebrate with a number 2 and things like that, which is great to continue spreading awareness. And this is one of our examples of community engagement. So we have a team of girls who have decided to start wearing the number 2, but they've also engaged in a number of different cleanups, especially in their communities where they live. I know that they also signed a petition to stop the use of single-use plastic bottles. So they only use reusable bottles when they train. And we're seeing a number of these types of initiatives popping up, especially where Morten or some of our players have been engaged. So the Netherlands is one of them, but in Norway we can also find a number of these initiatives. And it's really, really great to see that things are starting to happen more organically and without us even being there so intensely. Which is great because this is what we think is the best. And some of these teams are reaching out to us and they're asking us, hey, can we be a part of the community? Can you talk about us on your platform, on your social media? Which we think is great. And whenever we can shed light on the different initiatives that are being done, we're more than happy to do so. But apart from working sort of locally and doing different types of campaigns and more communication activities, we work in sort of a 3 structured or 3 levels. So what we find many times with sustainability and when we talk climate crisis and when we talk the environment, and is that often these topics are quite difficult to understand, at least for people who are not involved in them. We talk about CO2 emissions and people feel like, I can't really see them, I can't touch them. People are talking about the consequences or what it creates, but it's a bit difficult to make it tangible. So that's what we try to do. We Play Green, we try to focus sustainability and talk about it in more topics that are more closer to us and that we can properly understand in an easier way. So for example, we can talk about the importance of clean air. Everybody can understand sort of what polluted air is. We saw pictures late summer from New York after the Canada fires. People could actually see the polluted air. They can see it in many cities, and many people within sports especially, they're very concerned about it because obviously to be able to perform at their best, they need clean air for their lungs. And so that's something that a lot of people can resonate with. If you look at your iPhone or your phone, many times on the weather app, you can see how polluted or how clean the air is. So, I mean, these are things that it's easier to understand. Or we have partnered up with an organization called the Rainforest Foundation in Norway. And what they do is that they try to help preserve the rainforest and also the rights, both of through sort of rights work, both of the actual forest, but also of the native people living in the rainforest. And it's a lot easier to understand the rainforest as well. You can see pictures, you can understand the different parts of it, you can understand animals. I mean, it's a lot easier to understand than other concepts or terminology that's a bit more complex. And that's what our campaigns do. So our campaigns, you can think of them as some sort of content library. So often during campaigns, we partner up with other organizations or universities that are experts within an area or a topic, and we create the necessary content. So with the Rainforest Foundation, we created the Rainforest Campaign, and we have sort of all of the information in, you can think about it as a library. And then when we actually start implementing activities, we go down into the programs. So this is when we start activating, and the programs usually run either in a country or in a specific club, where we talk about different topics. And so if we look at Brazil, for example, we're working in Brazil, and the idea here is to be able to talk on a number of different topics. So to discuss a number of different campaigns. So we have, we, for example, talk about the rainforest, but we also talk about clean air, and we talk about the importance of food and so on. And this goes on on a sort of a yearly wheel. And then we also have standalone projects, like, for example, the Telia project, which is related to garments, but it's not yet such a large thing. And so different campaigns, so the Rainforest campaign, for example, can be discussed in a club, but it can also be discussed in a country, and you name it. And that's why it's important to have all of that content in the program, to make sure that when we talk about the rainforest, we're discussing the same issues and we're saying the same thing, regardless of where in the world we're talking about it. So if we just go to the rainforest program as an example. So like I said, what we have done is we have partnered up with the Rainforest Foundation in Norway. And what we have decided is that what we want to do is to increase the global awareness of the importance of rainforest. So why are the rainforests so important? Why should we start caring about them? Why do we need to preserve them? We also want to increase the rainforest engagement, both globally, but also locally in the rainforest countries. So right now we've at least started with Brazil and Colombia, but have a plan to continue into the remaining rainforest countries as well. But to get both that local interest and understanding of why is it important, why do I need to care about the rainforest, and how is it impacting my quality of life, but also globally for the rest of the world to understand that we also have a role to play, and we also have a responsibility when it comes to the preservation of the rainforest. And Norway is one of the countries that is giving most money right now, together with Germany, for the preservation of the rainforest, which is really great. And then we also want to increase the financial support for the preservation and the restoration of the rainforest, but mainly the preservation. And this again comes a lot from the global engagement and support that we can create. And then all of this, of course, to finish with trying to create more green actions that are appropriate for preserving and restoring the rainforest. So, and when we talk about green actions, it can be anything from supporting policy that preserves rainforest, to shedding light on the illegal deforestation that is happening when it comes to voting, who we vote for. So there's a number of different actions that can be done. Food, for example, the type of food that we consume and so on. So this is one of the programs that we're working quite intensely with right now, which is a lot of fun. And I think I'm gonna start rounding up, but right now We Play Green is a leader on green athlete activism. We collaborate both here in Europe with we're part of the European Climate Pact. We're part of the Football for the Goals, which is a UN initiative. Like we said, we have very close dialogue with UEFA, but also with FIFPro, which is the Football Players Association, where we have a lot of dialogue with them, but with the players as well. There's other initiatives, like, for example, Common Goal that we collaborate with. So there's quite a number of different things that we're doing, and it's always fun to hear about others and see how we can try to work together when it comes to these things. And we truly believe that working together is the way forward. Right now, the challenges that we have ahead, or what's keeping us busy most of the time, at least, one is, for starters, the growth that we're seeing. We have gone from being quite local in the different regions that we were already active in here in Europe, to seeing a lot wider interest globally, and to try to grow the organization to be able to cater for that global need is one of our challenges. And of course, the financial side as well. There is a lot of money and there is a lot of willingness as well to support these types of activities, but for us, it's important to find the right partners as well to do the right work. So those are the two things that I don't want to say keep me up at night, but that keep my days and my weeks very busy, at least. And with that, I'll just end with our quote that let's play to save ourselves and the planet, and just finish this lecture as well, saying that everybody has a role to play. It doesn't matter how big or how small your actions, but if you start doing small changes in your day-to-day, it really will have a really big impact. So thank you. Now, I guess I'll open up for questions.
Yes, surely. So thank you so much for your fruitful and concise presentation. So, Ms. Ruiz, I would like to ask for permission. Okay, some of them are actually now clapping their hands.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist the audience in understanding the materials. Okay, that should be okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Bapak Ibu, rekan-rekan yang terhormat, Carolina Ruiz selaku Executive Director at We Play Green dalam presentasinya memperkenalkan bahwa We Play Green sebagai sebuah yayasan nirlaba global menggunakan kekuatan sepak bola untuk mempercepat pergeseran perubahan lingkungan. Tim di We Play Green berdedikasi untuk memobilisasi keluarga penyuka sepak bola secara global, termasuk pemain profesional dan penggemar, untuk mendukung transisi menuju dunia yang berkelanjutan. Organisasi ini menyelaraskan upaya mereka dengan tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan PBB atau UN SDGs yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan dunia di mana perekonomian, infrastruktur, dan tindakan masyarakat selaras dengan lingkungan. We Play Green merekrut pemain sepak bola profesional untuk menjadi pemain dari tim We Play Green, memberikan mereka pendidikan, pelatihan, dan dukungan untuk menjadi aktivis iklim dan lingkungan di komunitas mereka. Program pemain yang unik di We Play Green membekali para atlet dengan kurikulum berkelanjutan dan pelatihan media sosial yang memungkinkan mereka menjangkau dan memotivasi halayak luas secara efektif. We Play Green juga menawarkan peluang inisiatif untuk berkolaborasi dengan mitra lokal dan internasional untuk membina jaringan aksi lingkungan. Sejarah We Play Green dimulai tahun 2015 ketika pesepak bola profesional dan pemerhati lingkungan Morten Thorsby membaca artikel Keep It in the Ground yang dimuat dalam The Guardian. Segera setelah itu dia berhasil membujuk klub sepak bolanya, Heerenveen, untuk membelikan sepeda untuk dikendarai seluruh para pemainnya dari pusat pelatihan ke stadion. Pada tahun 2020, pertemuannya dengan Menteri Lingkungan Hidup Italia, Sergio Costa, menanamkan benih di benak Morten untuk mempresentasikan sebuah proyek yang menghubungkan olahraga yang paling banyak diikuti di dunia dengan masalah yang paling mendesak. Kemudian lahirlah We Play Green. Dalam presentasinya, Ms. Ruiz membahas juga sebuah artikel berdasarkan penelitian MIT tahun 1950 hingga 2020 yang menyatakan bahwa pemain sepak bola adalah orang yang paling berpengaruh di dunia. Fakta bahwa 5 miliar orang keluarga pencinta sepak bola sejauh ini merupakan populasi terbesar di dunia. Jaringan ini menghubungkan lebih dari separuh planet bumi, meskipun ada perbedaan geografis, budaya, agama, dan sosial. Maka WPG percaya bahwa jika kita bisa mengajak 1/4 keluarga pesepak bola di dunia ikut serta dalam gerakan perubahan untuk Go Green atau disebut sebagai Green Shift, maka bumi kita hampir dapat dipastikan bisa diselamatkan. Jika kita mendapatkan dukungan mayoritas, maka masa depan akan menjadi cerah. Di akhir presentasinya, Miss Ruiz juga memperkenalkan program Rainforest dalam payung Rainforest Foundation Norway yang telah berjalan di Brasilia dan Kolombia. Program ini bertujuan untuk peningkatan kesadaran global dan pentingnya hutan hujan, peningkatan keterlibatan hutan hujan baik secara global maupun lokal di negara-negara yang memiliki hutan hujan, dan juga peningkatan dukungan finansial untuk pelestarian dan restorasi hutan hujan. Serta yang terakhir adalah meningkatnya aksi Go Green yang sesuai untuk melestarikan serta memulihkan hutan hujan. Satu pesan penting yang disuarakan siang hari ini oleh Miss Ruiz adalah let's play to save ourselves and the planet. Ayo kita bermain untuk selamatkan diri kita dan juga planet kita. So thank you so much for sending us this important message, Ms. Ruiz, because actually Indonesia is one of the rainforest country also. So we have a very big forest, but then nowadays we know there's a lot of problems happen, and probably with this presentation, it could arise some of the awareness coming from the Indonesian and also probably some of the participants who are coming from outside Indonesia and Sweden. So thank you again. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our question and answer session. So I would like to invite you to propose a question. I will call upon probably 3 audience first, because we still have quite a lot of time, because Ms. Ruiz is actually doing her best effort to do a very concise presentation. So who is going to be the first who imposed the question? Anyone coming from the room or probably coming from the Zoom? Okay. Oh, okay. I can see. So actually now we have Chamtina. So how are you? So it's going to be your turn.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you for raising your
Can you
hand.
hear me?
Hi, good day. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you very much for the great organization of the conference, and Karina, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And I'd like to also congratulate you for your initiative. So this is actually one of the very good examples. And right now, as you said, you started local, but now it turned global. So I kindly like to ask you your challenges. So you said about being independent, and in order to be able to fund your initiatives, you need some external resources. And how difficult is it for you to keep your organization independent? Because if you include some sponsors, let's say external funders, they might have some marketing communication goals rather than being solely focusing on the environment. They might like to position themselves and their organizations in a different way. So how difficult is it for you to keep your organization independent? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Our priority is always to keep that independence, and in the experience that I've had, I think those companies that are approaching us understand that. So we've never, luckily, been in a situation where a partner has approached us where they have wanted to use the name of We Play Green as some sort of greenwashing, so to say. And then if that were to happen, I mean, for us, it's more important to make sure that we work aligned with our values and our beliefs, and keep that independence, but also that credible voice, because that's what we live on. We need to make sure that we can always push and challenge the world of football to keep us going forward. But we also need to make sure that the organizations that we partner up with are credible. And it doesn't mean that we only partner up with organizations that are already net zero and that are doing everything perfectly. We ourselves are very aware that we're not perfect. I mean, we travel by plane. We don't consume vegan food. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do that could be done better. And I think that's sort of also where we come from. We want to partner up with organizations and with people and with players who want to do better. If they are aware of where they are now and they want to make a journey to become better, then we want to support that, regardless of where they are right now. If it's an organization that doesn't want to make those changes, and that just wants to use us as a communications platform, then obviously not. But the types of relationships that we have with our partners, we want them to be long-term. We don't just want to do sort of a one-off to get some money and then that's it. For us, it's important to have that sustainability, but in terms of time as well, being able to live on in time. So I think that's very, very clear for us. And in all of our contracts, regardless of who it's with, even if it's large entities, we always have that level of we're independent. If we need to criticize you or if we need to voice our concerns, we will do it. Of course, in a respectful way and having a conversation and trying to be productive in those conversations, but we will. And the same thing goes for our players. Everybody's free to use their voice and to push. We think that that's the only way to get better and to really save the planet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question and thank you so much for the answer. Now I would like to invite another question coming from this room, the auditorium room, or probably someone coming from the Zoom. Okay, please. So there's a question coming from the students. Yeah.
Great.
Hello, Ms. Carolina.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, do you have any suggestion for Indonesia about how can we start this or how to influence the sport organization or government in Indonesia to play green?
Indonesia is in our sites because I know that the Rainforest Foundation, they do quite a bit of work in the region as well. And some of our partners are traveling there on a regular basis. So it's definitely in our sites. In terms of clubs or national associations, if you have any contacts, then obviously we will be more than happy also to be able to partner up with them and to get some recommendations, or if you can point the way, then we're more than happy to get that type of input as well. Like I said, and one of the reasons why I presented the Rainforest program is because I know that it probably had a lot of interest in the region as well, being one of the rainforest countries. So we're always looking for new players, new partners, even institutions like the university. We do partner up with a number of universities here in Europe. At the Stockholm School of Economics, for example, we do collaborations with students, both to have them as interns, but also getting the latest updates on the type of research that's happening right now. So I think there's a lot of potential collaboration opportunities, both on the research side, but also on getting the right contacts in the region as well, to be able to make sure that we get to talking to clubs and players and leagues. Don't know if that answered your question or if you have any follow-up.
Is that answer your question? Iya boleh. So, yeah, so I can help you. Okay, so he found your answer is quite helpful. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your question. Okay, so probably we can give him applause. Another student probably. Oh, okay, so upstairs. So do we have any mic upstairs? So actually, Ms. Ruiz, we have 2 floors. So I'm trying to help you out. So probably the cameraman could show that actually we have around 100 students here. Some of them are sitting in the 2nd floor. Okay, so let's just wait for the mic.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, hopefully you still can hear the voice, yeah, even you cannot see.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good afternoon to the honorable people in this room that I can mention one by one.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Udo Syahadana Zikra Fauzi. I'm majoring in physical education. And thank you again for your presentation, Miss Saint Louis, Saint Peterson Louis, Carolina Peterson Louis. This is my question. Does the We Play Green program only apply to football players because football is world famous? But what about people who play other sports like basketball, baseball, and badminton? Because this is also my first time to know to hear We Play Green, especially in countries where football is not the main sports. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear the question correctly, okay?
Yeah, I could hear perfectly. It's a great question, and it's one that we have received often. Right now, we do focus on football mainly, and our players are football players. It's true that all countries worldwide, football isn't the largest sport, and we're very aware of that. And there's other sports that are obviously could work in the same way that we're doing. Right now, we did start with football. Our founder is a football player, and it's a very easy way to reach out to a very, very large audience. But with that said, I think that anybody that has a platform and that has a voice does have a responsibility to use that in a productive way. So I would, if there are basketball players or baseball players or rugby players or any other sports or tennis players who feel like they want to do something with their voice as well, I mean, feel free to reach out to us as well. Or if you have other initiatives related to sports as well, and you think that it's a good way to start talking about sustainability, then feel free to reach out as well. We're always more than happy to share our experiences, our challenges, and we truly do believe that this is something everybody should be engaged in. And if we can help others do the same, we're more than happy to. So you're right that we could potentially go into sports as a whole, and we are involved in some of those activities. And but yeah, right now we have at least started with football. We'll see what the future holds, but this is where we are right now. But as a physical education teacher, I think I'm assuming that you have contact with kids, which is really important. Is one of the groups that we target as well through our grassroots, both school kids, but also kids in sports. And we think that sports is great, not only for the physical health, but it's also a great way to create a community and to share those values. And a lot of the values that sports stands for, the feeling of family, of community, of unity, of helping one another, are very, very related and tied to the types of values that we feel like sustainability and climate and environment also try to communicate. So there's a lot of good ways to combine both. And if you want to hear more, then we're always more than happy, and feel free to reach out.
Okay, so there's always an opportunity we can see later in the future, because we never say never, right? Okay, yeah. So there is one question coming from the chat in the Zoom. It's coming from Anira. Anira is actually one of our lecturers here. So she asked regarding with the implementation of the program, what is the most influential regarding the We Play Green?
So I think the most impact that We Play Green can do in the implementation of the programs, we partner up with organizations that have that local presence. And I think that local presence is always really important. One, to understand the culture fully, but also to understand the situation in which the local population is living in, which is always really important when creating proper communication. So I think combining that local knowledge and implementation of activities together with our platform and voices and the way that we recruit and train our players, I think that is where the most influence can be done. So for example, when it comes to Brazil and the rainforest program, Brazil is one of the, apart from being a rainforest country, is also one of the countries that consumes football the most. Many really large football players have come from Brazil, and the Brazilian population, they follow football very closely. So it's a very easy way to be able to connect with just the regular population. And that is something that we can contribute to. We have Brazilian players, so we have one of the female national team players who played in Australia earlier this summer. We have Marcelo, who's playing in Rio de Janeiro right now, in Fluminense, also an international player. So having them obviously sparks that interest in the population in a way that politicians, for example, don't. And unfortunately, the topic of the rainforest has become very politicized. And we try to keep away from politics because we think that it's beyond that. Everybody should care about that regardless of their political views.
Okay, so interesting. Hopefully this could answer your question, Ms. Andira. So is there anyone who would like to propose the question? Someone?
I think we received another one in the chat.
Okay, oh yeah, sure. So this is coming, thank you. So this is coming from Mr. Asep. So thank you, Ms. Carolina, for your presentation. This discussion was very interesting regarding collaboration between sport and the environment. The specification are between the sport of football and the environment. Concern for the environment is the main thing as a sign of love for this earth. Sustainability is the main point in this foundation's vision. Apart from providing information on the importance of preserving the environment and maintaining the stability of the earth, has collaboration between the environment and sport, especially football, from educational perspective also been carried out? And does this have a significant impact? Thank you.
Yeah, again, a great question. And yes, so the quick answer is yes, and now I'll develop. Like I tried to explain in my presentation, for people to understand that they need to start making changes in their day-to-day, we need to create awareness. People need to be aware that this is a problem and they need to start caring. And that type of work can only be done through that educational perspective and providing people with information and with knowledge. So yes, it has been done. We do it both when we meet with everybody in the football community. So when we meet with the national associations, when we meet with the football teams, we often meet with management, and it's a continuous job of trying to educate them on, this is a problem, this impacts you, you should care about this, even if it's not happening in your backyard right now. But it also is a form of education through these types of conferences, through football specific conferences. Earlier this fall, we attended the Thinking Football Summit in Portugal, where the whole world of football attended. And again, it was about talking about sustainability and making sure that people understand that sustainability and sports are not that far apart. You don't have to choose between sort of the history and the values of football and sustainability. They go hand in hand. If we want to have football and we want to enjoy the sport in 50, 60, 70 years, we need to start caring about sustainability today. So these things are actually, they go very hand in hand, but it is a continuous work of educating the world of football and then all the fans in the football family as well. So we do think that it does have a significant impact. When we started the foundation 3 years ago, nobody knew what We Play Green was. Right now, we're getting contacted by more and more stakeholders, both by large multinational companies, but also by other NGOs. We have collaborations with the UN, with the EU, with so yeah, we do see that it has an impact, and that little by little we are getting to that point.
Okay, interesting. So, Mr. Asef, is this answer your question? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your question. So, can I see, is there someone raising his hand from upstairs? Oh, no. Or probably coming from this side. We haven't heard coming from this side. Is there any question? No? Okay. Okay, so I guess that actually all of the answer coming from you has sufficiently providing all the information that probably all the students are needed here in this room. So is there any concluding remark coming from your side before we end this session, Ms. Ruiz?
No, again, I'd just like to thank the organization very much for reaching out to us. I think it's really amazing, the work that you're doing and that you're talking about sports and sustainability. I really think that it's the way to go forward. And I also invite anybody, if you maybe had a question but didn't want to ask it in front of everybody, please reach out to me as well. I can provide with my contact details, or I'm sure the organization can as well. Or if there's any future potential for collaboration, whether it's with the university or a specific interest for continued research, we're always more than happy to be able to join academia with the work that we're doing as well. So just thank you, everybody. I hope it was a useful session for you all, and hope to see you soon.
Okay, hopefully to see you soon. Thank you so much for your kind and beneficial information. Could we have a round of applause to Ms. Carolina Patterson Ruiz? And probably the committee could arrange that we need to make a photo session. Although I know that we are far away, but then if you could put your video on the Zoom for those participants who are participating coming from Zoom, please kindly open your video. And then for those of you who are gathered in this auditorium, so probably you can just wave bye-bye to the... Can we see that? Okay, on my count.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. So actually, this is coming from my command. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that actually we are could stop this session for the first one, but then I can see that Miss Fairly, the Boscher coming from VUB Belgium, is now here with us. So I'm going to ask you whether or not should we stop for break session or just continue with your presentation. So it's up to you. Actually, we are going to be fine. So the committee has just chat me privately that actually the committee just follow your lead. Should you would like to start it now, then probably we can start your session earlier than the schedule. So what do you think, Ms. Boscher?
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
The information that I received, I was planned in Belgian time at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I know,
maybe
yes.
there was some missing here, but I look to the audience. If people want to have a break, then I will just wait a bit.
Okay.
Or can present directly. That's fine as well.
Yes, because we just ended the session earlier because no question at all. Okay, no more question coming from the audience. But then, okay, I will follow your list and I will ask the audience whether or not should we take a break first and then continue as we schedule. Okay, so it's most likely that we are going to take a break for 30 minutes. So it means that we are going to start your session in another 30 minutes. Is that okay, Ms. Boscher?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. So it's going to be run as scheduled. Oh, okay, run as scheduled. It means that we are going to have 70 minutes for break. Is it? Yes, yes. So you are going to be fine if we have the schedule based on the original one. Is it okay to you?
Yeah, but the original one I received, I should have started at 8 o'clock. So half an hour ago. For me, it's 8:30 now.
Yeah, sorry. So let me check. So
So I
now
think there was
in your time is actually now your time is still
maybe, but the time that was communicated to me was earlier, so I should already
yeah,
have
8:30,
started
right?
half
Yeah,
an hour
yes.
ago. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You're supposed to talk at 8:30. Now your time is actually 7:30, right?
No,
Or
it's
7:15.
8:40. No, it's a quarter to 9 in Belgium.
Oh, it's 8:45. Now it's 8:30. So it's time actually. So sorry for this. Okay, so let me check with the committee.
But it's fine. It's fine. Just let me know when I start.
Okay, so we are going to start your session now. Okay, is that okay with the audience? Yes? Okay, can we hear your voice that you are okay with this time arrangement, that actually we are going to finish this session earlier than the schedule because now is 8:30 in Belgium. So forgive our mistake, yeah, Ms. Boscher. So the time difference is probably sometimes is confusing because now it's winter time. Really, in Belgium it's now winter time, right?
Yes, probably that is the reason. I can imagine.
Okay, now we are going to proceed for our second session. So the speaker, the keynote speaker is Ms. Verlie de Boscher from Vrije Universiteit Brussels. So really sorry if I mispronounce the name and then the institution. But then before we proceed to the second presentation, allow me to introduce our curriculum vitae of our keynote speaker. So Ms. Verlie is Associate Professor in Sport Management at the Department of Sport and Movement Science of the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, Belgium. She is the founder of SPLISS, stands for Sports Policy Factors Leading to International Sporting Success. Her research focuses on youth and elite sport policy, the societal impact of sport, Olympic Games, athlete pathways, and Paralympic development. And her main expertise lays in measuring elite sport policy effectiveness and benchmarking nation. She supervised 10 PhD students and co-author over 140 publications in high standard journals and books. Since 2017, she is a visiting professor at Victoria University, Australia, and was a former visiting professor at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. Verlie is a board member of the European Sport Management Quarterly and the Global Sport Management Journal. She consults various sport organizations worldwide and is a member of the steering committee of elite sports in Belgium, the jury top sport funds of the city of Antwerp, the research platform on sport. Her presentation will be on sport policy factors influencing athletes' pathways, learning from the SPLISS study in 15 nations. Without further ado, Ms. Boscher, the time is yours. You have 60 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rita. I'm going to put on my glasses, otherwise I can't read my screen very well. First of all, thank you to the International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace for this invitation on what I think will be a wonderful conference. And also thank you to the audience for attending this conference. It's an honor for me to speak here today. As I was already introduced by Rita, I should not explain anymore what SPLIS means. I hope you can see my slides. This is okay?
Yes, yes, that should be fine. Okay.
Yes. What I will do for you in the next hour is I will present you with some international context on what makes some countries more successful than others. For example, how can nations win more medals? And I've noticed Indonesia is a country that won 5 medals at the last Olympic Games. Mainly, you were successful in mainly 3 sports: badminton, weightlifting, and in the earlier days also taekwondo. You have some very passionate sports in Indonesia. So I think it will be interesting for you to have some international context on, for example, what other countries do to influence that success. But before I start with that, I would like to provide you with some general context. What is happening at the international platform? And I take the Olympic Games as the pinnacle of sporting events, but obviously you can translate this to other events such as the Asian Games as well. First of all, what you can see here in the slide is simply the number of nations that took part at the Olympic Games over time. As you can see, this number of nations has increased over time. Can you see my slides? No, you can't. I need to be on another screen. Just a minute. I think my slides did not move, did they?
Yes, it's still on the title page.
Okay,
oh, now it's moving. Okay.
Yeah. So here you can see the number of nations taking part at the Olympic Games. There is something with my presentation mode, so if you just give me a minute, because otherwise you will see me looking to my other screen and I don't know why that is happening. So I'm getting out.
Okay, sure. Take your time.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Just a minute. I'm going to arrange something in my screen, but I'm not sure if it will help. It's probably related to Zoom. Okay. I think it will be okay now. Yes, that's better. Now it will work and I can look in your direction. So,
okay,
yeah. So you have seen you see the number of nations taking part. What you actually see on this slide is that this has increased over time. However, since 1996, this has stabilized, which means that the number of nations is almost to a maximum. There was 1 nation less in Tokyo than there was in Rio. When we look at the orange line and the blue line, what you can see there is the number of nations that have won at least 1 medal. So what we can see is that in Tokyo, 93 nations won at least 1 medal. And one of them is Indonesia. This is 45%. So this also means that still 55% of all nations participating at the Olympics still does not win any medal at all. However, the Olympic Committee, the IOC, wants to be the number of medals more divided, more widely spread over the different countries. And you can see similar data for the number of gold medal, nations winning a gold medal. The green line now even shows the number of top 8 places. So of the 206 nations participating at the Games, 121 won at least a top 8 place, which also means that still 42% of all nations participating did not win a top 8 place at all. What we can learn from that is that although the IOC tries to have the Olympics more internationalized and more globalized, there are still more nations are competing and many nations win no medals at all. So the competition is still highly divided among a small number of nations. The second challenge I would like to show you is the following. What you see in the slide is the number of events where nations could win medals. So what you can read here, for example, is that in 2020, there were 339 medals that could be won. Events, we call it events. What we learned from the slide is that over time, as the number of nations participating to the Games increased, also the number of events increased. So we could say maybe the competition hasn't increased. However, since 2000, the number of events or medals nations can win has been capped around 300. In exception, in Tokyo, there were 5 new sports added to the Olympic list, which increases the potential of nations to win any medal. Now, if we look at what happened over the time, what you see in the slide is, if we take the ranking of the first 20 nations, the nations that won most medals, top 20. What we learned from this slide is that in the earlier days, around 80–90% of all the medals were won just by 20 nations. The IOC has inputted quota because it wants the number of medals to be more widespread, and they succeeded in that. As you can see in the last period, around 70% of the medals were won by just 20 nations. Still, 70% is high, and if we look at that and we add to this, for example, the top 10, well, 56% of all the 339 medals that could be won in Tokyo, more than half of these medals are just won by 10 nations. The other half is for the other 196 nations. In addition, I add to this the top 5 and the top 3. So what the slide shows is, for example, that the 3 best performing nations, they won 1/4 of all the medals. And these are the United States, China, Great Britain. If we take the top 5, we can add to that, I have said the United States, we can add to that Russia, and then we have the top level of nations that won really a big part of all these medals. So what this slide says is that the IOC has indeed succeeded in having a more widespread number of medals compared to 20 years ago. However, the Olympic success is still dominated by a selective number of nations, and we could say these are mainly the wealthy nations and the more industrialized nations. So the question then is, what could be the position of a small nation like Belgium or a large nation like Indonesia? And a third challenge is the following. We have done a study with SPLIS over a longer period of time, and what I will show on this slide is on a vertical line here, on this line, you can see the change in medals over a period of more than 10 years. I will show it in a minute. On the horizontal line, you can see how much the financial support that governments provide for elite sport, so to win medals, how much that changed in a period of more than 10 years. What we can see, these are 15 nations that participated in our international comparative study. What we can actually see, I'm going back one slide to explain something. Where all nations want to be is in this right upper corner. In this right upper corner, because what it says is, if you invest more money, you will win more medals. Where nations don't want to be is in this left corner. It means that you invest more money, but you win less medals. So you have a decreasing return on investment. Where nations would also like to be is here or here, for example, especially here, they invest less and they win more medals. Obviously, that does not happen, as you already saw in the slide. So what you can see and conclude here from this slide is that most nations are in this right corner down. What it means is that these nations have invested more funding during this period until Rio, and as a return, they have won less medals in percentage of the total of number of medals that can be won. And so how it's compared for them compared to the past in their period of more than 10 years. There are two exceptions. These were Brazil and Japan in summer sports. Why these two nations? Probably because these were the nations organizing the Olympic Games, and we know that nations that organize Olympic Games are also succeeding much better in the run-up before the games they organized and also after that. So these were Tokyo and Rio Olympic Games. A similar slide can be shown on the Winter Olympics. Only two nations are in that right upper corner, which were Korea and Canada, and also the winter sport organizers. And all the other nations are in the right down corner. What this actually means is that there are increasing investments by nations, but they get a diminishing return. And in conclusion, what it means is that over time, the competition has increased. Simply investing more does not mean that you will win more medals. What it does mean is that you need to be comparative to other rival nations. And what nations do to answer that is they are going to invest very strategically into elite sport. They will not just invest and see where are the talents, they come up and they will perform. No, they will really pick up the best talents from their country, invest in that in a strategic way. What does strategic mean? They will look at the international competition, what is happening. Where are the events where we will have a chance of winning a medal? Where are the nations and what should we learn from which nations? I'm going to give one example. Indonesia is very successful in badminton. Belgium is not. Well, the Belgian government has, like 4 years ago, stated that badminton does not receive funding anymore. Not only because they do not perform, but because the government states it is such a hard competition in badminton, the nations that are performing well, we can never beat them. So we are not going to invest in badminton anymore. That is a strategic decision. If your funding is limited, you need to make decisions. That is one of the decisions, and Indonesia can be blamed for that compared to Belgium because you are a successful nation in badminton. It is also a tradition of success, the tradition of the sports where, in this case, Indonesia has been successful in over time. You might become successful in baseball, volleyball, and basketball, other successful sports, but there are certainly sports where you probably could best never invest in because the competition is too high and you can better invest limited money to the sports where you can be successful in over time. So what is it that determines the number of medals that nations will win? I will show you here, you see here Indonesia at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, 28 Olympians went to the Olympic Games. This is a limited number, this is a small number, but 5 medals is not too bad with only such a limited number of Olympians going to the Olympic Games. 5 medals which were won in badminton and weightlifting. I will compare Indonesia here with one of the countries that participated to our split study, an organizer of the Olympic Games in Rio, Brazil. 465 Olympians participated to the Games and Brazil won 21 medals. Which country is more successful now? Well, obviously, Brazil has 16 times more Olympians sent to the Games, which is much more than Indonesia, and it won 4 times more medals. Does that mean that you need to multiply the number of Olympians participating to the Games in order to win more medals? At 16 times more Olympians, 4 times more medals. So you need a lot of more Olympians participating. Or is maybe Indonesia more efficient because you have a lower cost by sending less Olympians to the Olympic Games and you win 5 medals out of that? That's something you can discuss about. But on the other hand, which country is more successful? Well, the population of Indonesia and Brazil, I would say it's more or less comparable. It's not. You have 60 million more inhabitants, but still both are large-size countries. The wealth of both countries, Brazil is a little bit more wealthy. It's still in general GDP per capita. Sorry? In GDP per capita, it is more or less the same. Brazil is a little bit higher, 1.5 times higher. So maybe we should compare with a totally different country. And I took the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a small country. It has sent 237 Olympians to the Olympic Games, and it won 36 medals. So it was 7 times more successful compared to Indonesia. If we compare the population of the Netherlands is 16 times smaller. However, the Netherlands is a wealthy country with a GDP per capita that is 11 times higher than Indonesia. So again, what determines the success of Brazil, of the Netherlands here, as such a small country? I can say to you, for a country of 17 million people, winning 36 medals and being ranked in the top 10 of the Olympic Games in Tokyo, this is extremely successful. But still, what determines the success? Is it the wealth of the country? So I've taken a third country, and I took Cuba. Cuba has sent 70 Olympians to the Olympic Games, won 15 medals. So is 3 times more successful than Indonesia. Population of Cuba is 11 million. It is a little bit more wealthy than Indonesia. Why do I tell this? I want to explain you that large part of the success is determined by simply 3 factors. If we do a statistic analysis of all countries participating to the Olympic Games, then we learn that half of the success is determined by these 3 factors: the population, the wealth, the general wealth of a country in GDP per capita, and then you see that former communist countries are also more successful. So countries that have ever been communist, and that is related probably to the culture of performing in these countries and in the importance that is attached to participating or winning and being a good country internationally. These factors, we cannot change them. We cannot change the population of Belgium, nor can Indonesia change the population of Indonesia. And changing the wealth would be a very, very long-term process for a country. So these are factors we cannot influence. What we are interested in with our research group is the other half, the other 52%. Maybe it's the culture, the politics, the education system, or the sports system. So what we want to know is understand how sports policy can influence the success of countries. And we have entered this also in a statistic analysis. What you see here in the slide is the following. In a statistic analysis, we can predict how many medals a country would win based on the population and the wealth in GDP per capita, on these factors that determine half of the success. So the prediction for Indonesia would be Indonesia could win 19 medal points at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Medal points, by which I mean 3 points for a gold medal, 2 points for a silver medal, 1 point for a bronze medal. So in other words, Indonesia should be able, based on the population and the wealth, to win 6 gold medals or 19 bronze medals. So what you already learned is that Indonesia is less successful than what could be predicted. What we want to know now is, if we know this is the prediction for each of the country, you can see here, how many medals did they really win? This is what is predicted based on population and wealth. This is the result of what they have really won. So for example, Japan won 130 medal points and only 31 would be predicted based on their population and their wealth. So you can see these countries all in the row: Australia, Canada, Great Britain, New Zealand, the Netherlands, and so on. These countries are all more successful than what we would predict. That rings a bell to me because it means that it is more than just population and wealth. Other factors are playing around. And I here have circled the countries that we have just discussed. We learned that although Indonesia could have a prediction of 19 medal points, it only won 8 medal points. For the gold medals multiplied by 3, silver by 2, and bronze by 1. The Netherlands, Brazil, Cuba all won more medals than what would be predicted based on population and wealth. We are interested in understanding that. What is the reason why these countries here are above this line? What predicts this difference here? And what is the role of sports policy in there? I have a similar slide. It's just for information on the Paralympics, where we can also see similar results. Some countries perform much better than what we could predict on Paralympics, and Indonesia again performed worse. So I want to come to you to the key of this presentation and to try to understand why are some countries more successful than others, and what that really explains that difference between what is predicted and the success that they really won. That is the topic of what we do with SPLIS. So SPLIS tries to understand elite sport systems and tries to evaluate the effectiveness and the efficiency of the national elite sports policies. I will present here in the next slides the results of an international comparative study of the countries that you can see here, the countries in green actually. We have made a study of 15 countries. You can see them here. There are 10 European countries. There are 2 Asian countries that participated. Then we have Australia. And then in the American states, we have Canada and Brazil. Which are these countries? Actually, when we have set up this study in 2015, all countries could participate. All countries that were interested could participate to the study. But there was one condition, and that was that they should have a local researcher that participated in the study and that was paid by their government or by someone else, because the study took 2 years, 2 full years to collect all the data that we had collected. And the second condition was that this researcher, together with policymakers, should have access to the policy data, access to how much is invested in elite sport, in which sports is it invested, to the athletes, because the athletes were surveyed. So they needed to have a good collaboration with their policymakers and the Olympic Committee. Is this an average world population? Unfortunately, it's not. What you see here, these 50 nations are 8.5% of the total world population, 10% of the wealth, but it is 1/4 of all the Olympians that participating at the Olympic Games. So these top 10 medal-winning nations, some of them are included in this sample. But still, it gives you a global view of what these kind of nations do to invest in elite sport. I will run with you through a theoretical part, and I don't want to be the academic who is very theoretical, but in order to understand the results that I will present, I have to show you this. You need to understand how we collect the data and what data we collect. First of all, we have developed a theoretical model of what is it, an elite sport system, an elite sport policy. I will run with you through this theoretical model. It consists of 9 pillars. These 9 pillars the first one is the financial support. Obviously, nations that invest more in elite sport will be able to win more medals. The second pillar is the organization and structure of elite sports systems and elite sports policies. What is the role of government? What is the role of the Olympic Committee? Who coordinates? What kind of support do they provide? What kind of information do they provide? That's the organization and the governance of elite sport. Then we run through the pyramid of talents. We assume that if you have a broad sports participation base, that your chances to win medals are higher. So we analyzed in each country the sports participation, the foundation, and the organized and non-organized sports participation. This is followed by talent identification, where the best talents are picked up, talent development, how are the talents supported during this talent phase, and then once the athletes start to perform, we get into pillar 5, the excellence. So what kind of support services are provided for athletes during their career and to provide them for their post-career when their sports career ends. Then there are 4 other pillars, which are the training facilities and the infrastructure, the coach provision and the coach development, national and international competition, and then scientific research, innovation, and technology. So what this model actually shows is that anything in sports policy or in a sports system that you can think of that influences also in your own countries, that influences or tries to influence athlete development, all these factors should be able to be clustered under one of these 9 pillars. There are other factors that also come into play and that play a role, which are the media and sponsorship. Obviously, they have high influence on success. However, we do not measure them because we cannot directly influence these factors. We cannot influence how sports get into the media. In every country, which sports get to the media? Well, the sports that people look to on television, the sports that are watched most on television. But other sports don't get a chance to get sufficient attention in the media. So it's much more difficult. We cannot influence it. It's a commercial activity that can hardly be influenced. So it's a gray zone of factors that are outside the policy system, and the same of personal sponsorship, for example, of elite athletes. These 9 pillars, so we have measured them in the 15 countries. These 9 pillars, they consist of what we call critical success factors. So in total, we have measured 96 critical success factors. And for each critical success factors, we have sub-factors. This is just informative. So we have measured 750 factors in all the countries. That is also why the study took 2 years. The methodology we used is, in academic terms, it's mixed methods. But what is a key point here is that we involved the elite athletes, the elite coaches, and the performance directors from different federations or national sport organizations in our evaluation system. So it's not just, we did not just ask the Olympic Committee or the federations themselves or the government on what they do for elite sport. We also asked these major stakeholders. We have developed a software to identify the key factors. So when we have our model with the 9 pillars and the 96 critical success factors, all these factors are entered in a software where we used surveys that have been completed by more than 3,000 athletes, 1,300 coaches, and 246 performance directors. We asked them several questions. It's a lengthy questionnaire. And then we have done interviews with all these stakeholders as well. So a combination of questionnaires and interviews and collecting the policy and reading the policy documents that exist. Based on that, we have entered the data into our software, which allowed us to make a quantitative evaluation as well as a qualitative evaluation. What I will present here is a quantitative evaluation because it gives you a good overview in just one picture. You will get a good overview like you see here in this round circle. It actually shows in one slide. You will see in a minute the results of these 750 factors. If you want to have more information, we have written a book about this. This is a 1 kilogram book, which just explains that it also contains a lot of qualitative information. So this is actually how we have inputted our data. And as I already said, the study takes 2 years. So what we now do is we evaluate other countries as well. While the study originally, the international comparison was free of participation, now we evaluate countries on an individual basis, which is a different format, and it's not an international comparison that we set up now. And then the third or the fourth element I want to pay attention to is that we always collaborate with local researchers. I cannot understand the system of Indonesia. I need someone from Indonesia to understand the elite sport system. So whatever I tell here to you today, it's not my work. It's a work of collaboration of the researcher that you can see here. It's a collaboration of 53 researchers and 33 policy organizations. And it was really a fruitful collaboration that we have had. So I will come to you, I will show you some of the results. And I have made 9 clusters, what I will present. I will give you some insights in, is it important, an elite sport policy? So do systems work? What are characteristics of successful nations? And then I will run through some pillars: funding, the efficiency of nations, the organization and culture, sports participation, talent identification, and athletic career. And for the other pillars, I simply need more time. So the first simple question, and I will go very straightforward through the answers. First question, do systems work? In other words, is there a relationship between what policies do and the success of countries? And so we had for each nation a score on every pillar. If we make the relationship between the scores on the pillars and the success, then we get this result. It's statistics, it's a correlation, a simple correlation. What it actually says is that the blue ones, 6 of the 9 pillars, are directly related to success, which means that if countries perform well on one of these pillars, they are more successful. Interestingly, or strangely, there are 3 pillars where we could not find a correlation between these two. We could not find a direct relationship between how nations perform on their sports participation level, how they perform on talent identification and talent development, and how they perform on athlete support. I will go through these results further in the slides, and we do have some explanations for that, by which we already state that further research should be done on a sport-specific level, because what we analyze in SPLIS is the overall national elite sport policy. It might be that if we simply compare basketball in several countries, we might find other results for participation and talent identification. I also want to pay attention to the fact that Pillar 5, athlete support, the correlation is not significant, but it is still quite high. It's almost 0.5. So it does mean that there is a positive relationship between the score on that pillar and the success of nations. So what are the characteristics of successful nations? What you see here is the 9 pillars in the circle. And in the middle, you see here the average score that was earned by all the 50 nations. In the outsider stripped line, you can find the maximum score of one of the nations. For example, one learning we already have is that there is no nation that has a maximum score on all pillars. No, in reality, we see this. South Korea has the best score on pillar 1, so they invested most money. The Netherlands had the best score on pillar 2, the organization and structure. Denmark on pillar 3, sports participation. Flanders, Belgium, it's my country, and Switzerland had the best score on Pillar 4, Talent Identification and Development. Again, the Netherlands, the best score on the athletic and post-athletic career support. Japan did best on training facilities and infrastructure. Canada on coach development and provision. Japan again on national and international competition. And Australia had the best score on research and innovation. So no, it is not the fact that a country has the best score on all pillars. If we now look at some successful summer sports nations, and by successful summer sports nations, I mean countries that had best scores, I mean countries that performed in our 15 nations the best of our sample of 15 nations. One of them was Japan. If we look now at the scores of Japan, what do we learn from this slide? We see the red line, and what we learned from Japan is that it had a good score on 2 pillars. We already showed them on national and international competition and training facilities. It was actually the best score of all nations. But Japan did not do very well on sports participation and on talent identification and talent development. I add another successful nation that was in our sample, which was Australia. What we learned from Australia, the blue line, it had the best score on research and innovation, and also performed well on the athletic and post-athletic career support, but it had a very bad score on the national and international competition. This can be explained. We know that Australia is a country that is a bit outside of the world view map, and it also means that Australians, to participate at an international competition in Asia or in Europe, that they always need to fly over. In addition, it's a very widespread, large nation. So also within the own country, athletes need to take a plane or to fly to get from one place to another. So it also makes it more expensive, and it also makes it more difficult for athletes to participate. So one of the things that athletes in Australia say is, we cannot participate enough in international competitions at our level. And then I have added to that France, another country. What we see, France had good scores in training facilities and in coach development, and it has a high financial support for elite sport. But it had a bad score on structure and organization. Why am I saying this? I'm going to continue because there are also some winter sports nations in our sample. The Netherlands performs well at winter sports as well, and it had good scores, as we already showed, at Pillar 2, structure, at Pillar 4, talents, and at Pillar 5, athletic career support, and it does not invest much money into elite sport compared to the other countries. It is below the line of average. Canada is a very good winter sports nation. It has the best score, or a very good score in coach development, but had a bad score on talent identification and talent development. And the third winter sports nation was Switzerland. Good scores on coach development and talent identification, and is around the average or above the average in the other pillars. What can we learn from that is that there does not exist a blueprint of elite sport. If Indonesia wants to find out how should we invest in elite sport, they will not learn from being good in all pillars. It's not possible for all the nations. And it's also not possible to say, I'm going to pick up one country and I'm going to learn from one country and see what I can do better. No. There does not exist a blueprint. There is no sets of pillars, critical success factors, best practices that can just be transferred from one nation to another with the guarantee of delivering success. What we do learn a bit is that if we simply take countries that have a large budget and a large population, which are here Australia, Japan, and Canada, and you can see in euros how many euros they invest in elite sport. These countries have good scores mainly on the left side of these pillars. with some exception, like for example in Australia on international competition, but their scores are mostly above the average on the pillars that you can see marked green here. Those are the countries with larger budgets. Countries that are smaller and have smaller budgets, these countries would rather invest on the right side of this rather graph in other pillars. And what we can basically say is that these are the cheaper pillars. These are pillars that require long-term investments. So on a longer term, they are more easily to get it organized, but they are less costly. Whereas the left side, it's very expensive to get the best coach of the world to your country, to get the best infrastructure with all innovation available and all techniques available. Research and innovation is very costly. So those are the left side. So that is mainly the one structural conclusion that we can make based on these pillars. A third topic is, what about the money? What about the funding? You can see here at the time of the study, the funding that was invested by the 15 countries of our sample. I do not have the funding on elite sport exactly from Indonesia. From what I've read from the organization and from Mr. Amung, is that the budget of Indonesia is quite high. I was a bit astonished about this budget. I think we need to explore a bit more of an estimation of what they think would be invested in elite sport. But still, I think the budget from Indonesia invested in sports in general was not that low. It was at least higher than what I expected. But if you compare the budgets of the countries that you can see here in a list, you can see countries that invest really a lot. Korea, Japan, France are countries that invest a lot. And I have added to give you some orientation how many comparison to the Indonesian rupiah, so that you have an idea. And we can see that, okay, a lot of countries invest more than in 1 year time, more than 100 million euros in 1 year time. Just for your information, it are not the most wealthy countries that invest most in elite sport. That is interesting to know. There are some governments that specifically choose to invest in sport and elite sport for reasons such as the international exposure, for example. And one example of that is, for example, South Korea. We have done a recent study in 2020, and we will update this study for Paris in 24, where you can see again the more recent fundings of investments in elite sport of the countries here listed. Is it that high? What can we learn from it? I will go to the next slide to give you some more information about that, of what I learned from that, or what we learned from that. Is it all about funding? Is it all about money? Is money important? I can say yes, money is important. Investments in elite sport are important, but it's not telling us everything. So what we can learn from this slide is the following. On the horizontal line, you can see the elite sport expenditures during 1 year of the 15 countries. On the vertical line, you can see the success of these countries, and we expressed it in market share. Market share means the percentage of medals that countries won. We do not use the absolute number of medals because that changes over time, and because that depends on the number of events where nations can win medals in. So the most objective measure of success is market share. I don't think I need to go very much in depth on that, but just to give you some information on what 4.5% means. 4.5% means that a country has won 4.5% of all the medals that can be won. So what this slide shows us is the line that you see going upward. It explains that there is a significant relationship between funding and success. which means that more money in, more medals out. We cannot escape from that. We would like to see a different view, but it's not. You need a minimum amount of funding to be invested in elite sport into the 9 pillars to be successful. And the correlation is very high. We already knew that from one of the previous slides. However, what I am interested in is why are these countries, and I'm not sure actually if you can see my mouse moving, but why are these countries so much above the line? France, Japan, Australia, the Netherlands, Denmark here. Why are these countries performing so much better than what we would expect based on what they invest in elite sport? And we see then here, South Korea, that is investing a lot of money and actually not performing well enough. Now, I should add to that, one of the reasons is that half of their budget goes to organizing international events in their own country. And that is obviously quite high. So if we would put South Korea with half of the budget, it would be around on the line. But still, what I'm interested in is these countries above the line. Keep these countries in mind because I will come back to them later. Netherlands, Australia, Japan, and also France. What we can say at least is that these are the efficient countries in Rio. These were countries doing more with less money. We have a similar slide about winter sports. Maybe Indonesia is less interested in that, but I need to show it because countries like Canada, Switzerland are really investing more in winter sports than they are in summer sports. The relationship with success is less high, and that is probably related to the fact that winter sports are more organized on a commercial basis. You need to have mountains and ski resorts, and these ski resorts are run on a commercial basis. But still, the relationship is significant. More money in means more medals out. Again, we are interested in why is Canada doing much more with their money, the Netherlands and Switzerland. Again, keep these countries in mind. Switzerland, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, Japan. I come to that with the next slide. We already know how much they invest, but we do not know how do they invest in elite sport. What makes them really successful in their elite sport policy? So we come to the second pillar, and the second pillar was about the organization and structure of elite sport. And one conclusion is that what we called the efficient nations that were above the line, that they are better organized and structured. So what you can see in this slide is the scores of the countries, of the 15 countries of our sample. How do they score on the second pillar? What do you see here? The best scores are the Netherlands, Australia, Japan, Canada, Switzerland. Those were the countries with that were above the line in the earlier slides. Those were the countries of which we said they invest, they do more with less money. And one of the characteristics of these countries is that they have a good organization and structure. What do we measure in that organization and structure? These countries are good in, they have a strong national coordination. It's mainly one organization that coordinates in the whole country. How much does this athlete receive? What kind of support services are needed for that athlete? Where are these athletes training? They get the overview and they coordinate on a national basis. In other less performing countries, there are different organizations trying to keep the overview or even not having the overview, and then it's chaos. The countries that do well on elite sport, they don't have chaos. They are well structured and organized. They all have high performance managers that guide federations or national sport organizations. I don't know how you call them in India, or national sport associations. But at the national level, for example, the government or the Olympic Committee, they have a few experts and they help the federations and the sports clubs in becoming better. They all have full-time staff that is available and responsible for elite sport and takes care of services, communication, and coordination. And there is an accountability of these federations or national sport organizations, which means that federations are the owners of their elite sport system, and they receive funding from government to help the athletes. So the funding does not go mainly directly to the athletes. It goes through the national sport associations and then to the athletes. They are never corrupt organizations. It's really visible and clear and transparent how the funding is divided. And it's these organizations that need to take care of the elite sport success. Furthermore, they all have long-term planning and a long-term strategy, which means that they already look now, not for 2024, not for 2028, even for 2032. They already know where are our talents, where we will invest in to be successful within 12 years. That is long-term strategic planning. They have a good governance, they have networks with their sports clubs, with the industry, with municipalities. They involve the athletes and the coaches in their policies. They want to know what works well for who and what does not work well. And then they make strategic choices. If they support generally 40 sports, they will make a strategic decision and target a few number of sports where a limited number of countries can be successful in. Only in those sports that we can win medals, that's the sports where they will invest in, which I assume that Indonesia does as well, given the limited number of Olympians and still winning 5 medals. Now I come to this interesting pillar, sports participation. We assume within SPLIS that a broad participation base is required for achieving international sporting success. We have measured 10 critical success factors. So we ask the question, how should this talent development pyramid be developed? And how does grassroots sport contribute to international sporting success? We have already seen that there was no strong relationship. We ask the question whether we need a broad sports participation pyramid or talent pyramid, so whether it needs to be broad and you need many talents in order to have 1 or 2 medal winners, or whether we can invest better in a small number of athletes, identify talent very early, and just invest in these small number of athletes. Or should we not pick them up from sports clubs, but maybe from schools? And we do like Australia did in the past, or communist countries have done in the past. We do a general in schools, a talent identification test, and then we pick up the talents and we just invest in these talents. It's an interesting question, and I do not have an answer to that. I can say that, for example, the Netherlands, they invest in a broad sports participation base and a wide number of talents, but other countries do not. At least what we learned is in SPLIS, we could not find a relationship, neither on physical education in schools, on sports participation, or the quality in sports clubs. We have some explanations for that. First of all, I want to state that in our sample, the 15 countries are mainly the developed countries with a good sports structure. I can imagine that if we would have developing countries or less developed countries in our overall sample, maybe we would get another view, because all the countries in our sample, they had a good sports club structure. They all had sports clubs from which they pick up talents. Another explanation is that maybe it's too ambitious as a scientist to try to find a correlation between sports participation and Olympic success, because countries invest in sports participation not with the aim to have successful athletes. Their aim is to have physical health, healthy people, and a broad participation in general. And finally, the time between participating in a sport, for example, in badminton at the age of 7, and winning a medal, it's 10, 15 years later. It's a too long time and too many other factors that influence the success. So despite the results that we found in athletes, we still believe that we might say that the broad participation base is not the first way of investing in elite sports. Still, it will influence success on the longer term. And examples of that are countries like the Netherlands, like New Zealand, that are countries that have a good participation base from which they can pick up a broader range of talents. The pillar 4 is the talent identification and development pillar. We also did not find a significant correlation. What is the reason for that? Well, you can see on the top here the countries that had the best performance on that pillar, on talent identification and talent development. Flanders, the northern part of my country, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Denmark. What can we learn from that? It are mainly the smaller countries that have good scores on this pillar. Explanations for this are quite logical. It is much more easy in a smaller country with less population and with smaller geographic characteristics to identify the talents. If I want to drive from one side of my country to the other side, it will not take me longer than 3 hours. So if you then want to identify talents, if you want to centralize the talents in one place where they train, it's much easier to get it organized. And that explains why the smaller countries score better. So this also explains why we did not find that positive correlation with success. The talent pillar existed of the following criteria. Is there an effective system for talent identification? So do countries pick up athletes outside the sports participation base? How much funding is provided to the national sport associations or the federations? Is there a long-term planning for talent identification? Is there a good developed monitoring system to identify the talents, and is it covered by scientific research? And then in talent development, the kind of support services they get it is funded. There is a national coordinated planning for that. They get many support services to young talents, physiological, scientific, mental, dietitian at a young age already. And they get support to combine elite sport and study, which means that young athletes, young talents at the age of 16, 18, 20, they can make a combination of having their diploma at the school or at the university or at the colleges, and at the same time being able to train. There are arrangements made for them so that it is possible to make that combination. One critical question is, at what age should we support the elite athletes? And what is the age at which elite athletes need to specialize into one specific sport? And from the 3,000 athletes that we had in our sample, you can see here all the sports on the horizontal line. At what age did athletes start with their sport? So you can see a large variation of that. I have marked here in red the 2 sports for Indonesia. So it's around 8 years old that athletes started in badminton and weightlifting. On average, in the 15 countries, the 3,000 athletes on average started at the age of 13 with their sport. Second question is then, when do these athletes start to specialize and focus only on one sport? Because we see at young age, athletes practice different sports, or they do not develop as young talents, they just practice the sport. When did they start to specialize? These are the ages of specialization. So the countries are ranked in the order of the ages of specialization. You can see the line of all the sports, but I've marked in red 2 sports, badminton and weightlifting. So at the age of 14, badminton players of the 3,000 athletes started to specialize only in badminton and getting really talent development support. In weightlifting, it's 15. What is interesting here is, I think, the line that goes between, for example, for badminton, the age of 8 and the age of 14. That means that athletes are in their sports clubs. They are training a lot, not being a talent, not under talent development. They are just training in their sports clubs. which also means that it is important that the level of sports clubs and the quality in the sports clubs is good, because at this time they are not training as a talent yet, and they are not getting the support from the National Sport Organization of the Federation yet. In weightlifting, this period is much shorter. Weightlifting is a later specialization sport, so athletes enter the sport later, then get very short training in certain clubs, and then will be picked up as being talented. So there is a lot of discussion of what are early specialization sports and late specialization sports. That does not exist a lot of literature in that, but we have made an analysis based on our data. And there is a misconception. Many would say badminton is an early specialization sport, swimming, tennis. Well, we can discuss that based on these data. We would say it's an intermediate specialization sport. And the same way where you can see weightlifting. So what we can see is the early specialization sports are gymnastics and synchronized swimming, but other forms of swimming can be a bit later. And then the late specialization sports are all the sports you can see here, which means that athletes start after an age of 13, 14, 15 years here, and they start specializing also very late. So these are the late specialization sports. I think there does not exist any other study that shows the data. We have only recently published it. It's an open access journal, so anyone who wants to read the paper can read it, can get it from this reference. This is just informative in addition to the presentation. Then we come to pillar 5, and I almost end up to the conclusions. We can see the scores of the different pillars on athletic career. We have seen that there was no significant correlation with success. The explanation for that was the following. All countries had good scores on this pillar. Only one country is in orange, and the bottom line is Brazil. All the other countries had a yellow score or an average score or a green score. So all countries are doing well, and when all countries are doing well, you cannot find a significant correlation. So if any country would start with an elite sports system from nothing, the first pillar where countries would invest in is this pillar, athletic career support. And it basically exists of 2 ingredients. First, to provide athletes with the time so they can train for as long as possible in their sport on a full-time basis. And second, to provide them with the financial resources and other resources and services so they do not have to work, they can train on a full-time basis, and they are paid for their training. The second part of the athletic career is the post-career. What kind of support do athletes receive after their career has ended? The critical success factors that were most important within these pillars are the following. Athletes have a sufficient highly monthly income. So we ask that to the athletes themselves. If they don't have a monthly income, they will not train on a full-time basis. If they can't train on a full-time basis, the competition, international competition, is too high and they will not make it. There is a coordinated support program for elite sport. The National Olympic Committee has staff that guides athletes, and there is a post-athletic career support program. So I will end up with 4 conclusions here. I see I'm running out of time, so I will go a little bit faster here. But in summary of what I've been telling, the absolute amount of funding and money is important and is the most crucial factor. But the rules of the game are dictated by what other nations are doing, and not only what your own country is doing compared to what it did in the past. So the efficiency of nations is mainly determined not just by the funding, but also by the organization of structure and the collaboration, the national coordination. The significant pillars were all the ones that you can see here. What we learned from that is that the finance, facility, the coaches, competition, these pillars, you can invest in them on a short term. If I have a lot of money, I can invest in facilities, in coaches, and in competition. But the research, the organizational structure, if Indonesia want to improve these pillars, it will take at least 10 years before these pillars have reached the level that you want to get it to. These other pillars that were non-significant, I have already explained. And I have also explained why it is probably the reason that we did not find a significant correlation. We have also learned that innate sport systems are unique. There does not exist a generic blueprint. And what we need to pick up from that is that you can learn from other nations. You should learn from other nations, but you should not copy systems from other nations. We should not benchmark our nation, but we should bench learn. We should seek for the best principle of efficient nations and find a model that fits best with the unique situation that your country is placed in. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I am open for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing the result of your work, Mr. Boscher. And I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist the audience in understanding the materials before our question and answer question. Is that okay with you?
Excellent.
Okay. Baik, Bapak Ibu, para mahasiswa yang terhormat, Ms. Boscher sebagai founder dari Sport Policy Factors Leading to International Sporting Success, yang juga merupakan dosen manajemen olahraga di Departemen Olahraga dan Ilmu Gerak di VUB Belgia, dalam presentasinya yang berjudul Faktor Kebijakan Olahraga yang Mempengaruhi Jalur Atlet, Pembelajaran dari Studi SPLISS di 15 negara. Beliau mengungkap fakta-fakta mengenai tantangan dinamika yang terjadi, diantaranya dilihat dari jumlah negara yang berkompetisi di Olimpiade, serta perubahan cabang olahraga dalam penyelenggaraannya. Tantangan lainnya adalah keberhasilan olahraga atau Olimpiade elit masih didominasi oleh sejumlah negara, terutama negara yang kaya dan industri maju. SPLISS mengangkat pertanyaan mengapa beberapa negara lebih sukses dibandingkan negara yang lainnya, dengan tujuan untuk mengevaluasi efektivitas dan efisiensi kebijakan olahraga elit nasional. Beliau mengungkapkan hasil 4 kunci utama metode yang digunakan oleh SPLISS, yaitu mengakses dan mengoptimalkan model teoritis faktor kebijakan olahraga yang terdiri dari 9 pilar serta 100 faktor kritis sukses atau critical success factor. Yang kedua adalah penelitian mixed method, keterlibatan atlet, pelatih, dan prestasi direksi dalam proses evaluasi, serta kolaborasi dengan peneliti lokal di seluruh dunia, khususnya dalam jaringan peneliti dan pembuat kebijakan internasional. 9 pilar faktor kebijakan olahraga menurut SPLISS adalah yang pertama dukungan keuangan, yang kedua tata kelola organisasi dan struktur kebijakan olahraga elit, ketiga partisipasi olahraga, keempat identifikasi dan pengembangan bakat, kelima dukungan karir pasca atlet, kemudian fasilitas pelatihan, pengembangan pelatihan dan profesi, kompetisi nasional maupun internasional serta penelitian dan inovasi. Saat ini SPLISS telah berkolaborasi bersama para peneliti lokal dari 15 negara, di mana telah tergabung 53 orang merupakan peneliti, 33 organisasi kebijakan, 3.142 atlet elit, 1.376 pelatih, serta 241 federasi. Dalam artikelnya di tahun 2015, Ms. Boscher mengatakan bahwa tidak ada cetak biru atau blueprint atau rangkaian pilar faktor kritis keberhasilan maupun praktek terbaik yang diakui yang dapat ditransfer ke dalam konteks nasional manapun dengan jaminan memberikan kesuksesan. Semua akan tergantung kepada konteksnya. Beliau juga mengingatkan bahwa basis partisipasi yang luas tidak diperlukan untuk mencapai kesuksesan olahraga internasional. Namun, hal ini mungkin mempengaruhi kesuksesan dalam jangka panjang karena ketersediaan anak-anak muda yang terus-menerus mengembangkan bakatnya serta juga pola tingkat pelatihan yang lebih tinggi. Sesungguhnya dalam akhir presentasinya beliau mengajukan 2 pertanyaan pemantik untuk difikirkan bersama, yaitu apa arti SPLISS bagi negara-negara kurang berkembang atau baru berkembang, dan kedua mengapa negara-negara harus berinvestasi pada olahraga elit. Okay, so that is the summary from the presentation of Ms. Boscher. So I would like to invite the audience coming from the auditorium or probably on Zoom to raise upon a question. For the first time, I would like to call 3 audiences to pose their question. Please kindly state your name. Okay. Oh, okay. So we have a very long question here in the chat box coming from Mr. Rion Hendrianto. So I would like to read it for you. The countries that are successful at the international level in sport show variation in strengths and weaknesses across pillars, critical success factors, and sub-factors. These factors are influenced by social, cultural, and political aspects, which shapes each country's unique approach to elite sport. For example, Korea emphasized financial support. Japan focused on international competition and training facilities, while other countries have different approaches. My question is, how do you see the challenges and provide suggestions regarding the first pillar, namely financial support, especially in Indonesia, which is the main problem in coaching and development to achieve success in elite sports? How do you believe that in Indonesia, where sport may not be considered a basic service, financial support can be increased to improve elite sporting performance? So, to you, Ms. Boscher.
Yes. Thank you very much for obviously an interesting question. I cannot give an answer to that because I think financial support is the challenge for every country. And at least what we have learned, I would be interested to know if someone knows the exact budgets just for elite sport. But the only thing I can say about it is the following. What we've learned from SPLIS is that budget is important, elite sport funding is important. And the sources for this elite sport funding is mainly government in many countries, the Olympic Committee, and some countries like the Netherlands, they have like a national Olympic coordinated support of sponsorship. But the main learning for me is it's not all about money. So which means if funding cannot be increased, if you cannot convince government to invest more into elite sport, if you are not able to find sponsorships on an individual basis, then focus on the less costly pillars, mainly probably the pillars that take more time. Pillar 2, the organization and structure of elite sport and how elite sport is organized in your country. It's something that takes time. You will not be able to change it all within 1 year. It will take time. But focus on these pillars that are less costly. Having said that, I should also provide you with some more innovative information about athlete funding, and that is, in recent years, there are a few countries where athletes have developed a crowdfunding themselves. So there were a number of athletes, for example, it exists in Switzerland, there are a number of athletes who developed a kind of company that were mainly the post-athletic career. So once athletes have been Olympians, they won medals, they end their career, they have set up an organization of crowdfunding. Crowdfunding then means that they ask funding from the population, from sponsors, and they collect funding. And they divide within that funding, they decide who will get the money for what. And I think it's an alternative way of increasing the funding for elite sport. When it's not coming from government, not from the National Olympic Committee for Indonesia, not coming from the IOC, it's a way of getting a bit more funding, and it is coordinated by the athletes themselves. These athletes are role models. They might be able to influence people. So I had a few slides hidden, but one of the questions that should be raised is, how should we deal with our athletes as role models? Maybe these 5 Olympic medal winners, maybe they can make a video message to the audience, to the population of Indonesia, and ask for crowdfunding for the next generation of Olympians, for example. I think that will not give you a full answer to your question, but I would be very happy to discuss it with you in some other context.
Okay, so Mr. Rion, so thank you for the answer, and it's quite interesting because yes, funding is important, but it's not the main things that probably needs to be think about. So I do agree with your comment. So Mr. Rion, are you sufficient with the answer? So probably you can reply in the chat box. And but meantime, so I saw Mr. Chamtinas is actually raising his hand. So please.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So I like to ask you about the importance of culture, because in most of the developing nations or emerging nations, culture could be a problem, a barrier in front of sport development. So this is also what I see in Turkey. So we have a big population, but on the other hand, we are a Muslim country similar as Indonesia. And actually, I don't think that any of the countries which were included in your study has a religion such as Muslim. So, I mean, I believe this impacts a lot of things because of many reasons. So the way how we do things, the way how we manage the elite sports structure is pretty much impacted. And I like to ask you, so how do you see the importance of culture, and where do you put culture maybe in one of these pillars? Can it be located somehow, or how do you link it? Thank you very much.
Yes, I think it's a very appropriate question. And if you ask me, is culture important? It is very important. We have not measured it because it's difficult to measure. It's very intangible. Culture, you give the example of Muslim countries, which is very specific. Culture is also about countries who find it more important to perform and others do not. Countries who find elite sport very important, other countries only find broad sports participation important. But to come back to your example of Muslim, it is a cultural factor that we will not be able to influence. And we need to accept it. We need to accept how it is. Only thing we can do is try to change mentality. In most countries now, women can participate to Olympic Games as well. In the earlier days, that was not possible. I think this is a big step forward for Muslim countries especially. Giving opportunities to young children with a Muslim background is a key point to focus on, and obviously is not something that is easily changed in many countries, but still very important. So I am not an expert in these factors. All I can say is that it is important for all sport developers and sport policy people that they try to change mentality in that on a broader societal level to make sport practicing more accessible for everyone and acceptable for everyone. That is probably a basic ingredient of a sport system like in Turkey or like in Indonesia. Is it important within SPLIS? Yes, but we did not measure it for the reason that I explained. Yes, but thank you for asking the question. Anyway, I think for SPLIS, it would be a challenge for future research that we dig more into that. Actually, I have a PhD student. He's from the Philippines, and he's focusing on the context of elite sport and how does context influence the elite sport system. And that is actually you put the how do you say that in English? The right finger on the nail.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, I really agree, and then like your comment on accepting. So it's about embracing, because actually religions and culture is something that is unique. And then as your presentation just show us, the uniqueness took part, most importantly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
So for that reason, to add to that, Sam, it is impossible to copy a system from another country. You can copy critical success factors. You can copy how a country organizes a certain thing, but you always need to apply it to the context of your own country. And to develop a model that is suitable for Muslim countries, or in particular for Turkey or Indonesia, we would need to develop a specific SPLIS model that is adapted to the context of your country. And I think it's a future PhD study.
Yes, I do agree with that because nowadays, so I work with a professor coming from Brighton University. So we work with the we value. So we call it as a we value approach. So it's captured the perspective coming from the values that each of the country. Because now I work for the action against stunting hub. So we work with Senegal and then India and Indonesia. So the nature of the we value itself. So we dig more on the perspective and the values coming from each of the region, just to know, so what is the appropriate ways to actually work with them as the respondents. So
That's
we value
interesting.
them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would be interested in reading something about that. That's really interesting. Thank you.
We'll sending over. Thank you. Now we have another question coming from Mr. Rizky Subagja in the chat Zoom. So hello, my name is Rizky Subagja. Permission to ask, the research suggests that over 50% of a country's international success in sport development can be explained by factors such as population, wealth, and former communism. In your opinion, are there any recent issues aside from population and wealth that contribute to a country's success in modern sport development? Thank you.
Thank you, Rizky.
Yes, Rizky.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Rizky, for your question. We do this statistical analysis every Olympic Games again. We do not enter just population, wealth, and communism in our system. We also add religion to that. Religion was not significant. So although we would expect, for example, that religion would be a significant factor, it is not. Maybe it was 50 years ago. I don't know. We haven't done it that. But we also add the degree of urbanization of countries. We could expect that countries that are more urbanized have more chances of success than countries that are more rural. It's also not significant. So religion is not, the political system is not significant. We add the geography. It's not significant. So all these factors are entered into the statistic analysis, and it's always these three factors that are the significant ones that come out of that. And that's why what I try to explain is we call this the macro factors. What we see as macro factors are those factors that cannot be influenced by humans or by policies. The focus of SPLIS then goes to the meso level. We want to focus not on those factors that we cannot influence. We cannot change them. We cannot do nothing. So even if the role of sports policy would be this small, is the only part we can influence. So that's why we focus on that part. I guess that the educational system is a large part of the influence on success as well. Take, for example, the United States, where sports are organized through the school system rather than to a club-based system. It's totally different from any other country of the world. It's very cultural and it will influence the success. We cannot change that in Belgium. We cannot make the sports system suddenly organized through the school system. We cannot do that. So you need to look within the system that you have and look at those factors that you can influence as a human. And as a human, I mean as a policymaker. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so probably Rizky could give some comments. So is it answering your question? So probably you can write the notes in the chat box. Okay, so before we continue to Bilal question, actually Professor Amung Makmun would like to propose a question. So I would like to invite him to be.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rita. Thank you properly for your comprehensive presentation. This model is really interesting. My question is, can we Indonesia have the opportunity to apply this model in our sport government? Is there any possible to work closely with you how we can persuade this idea and to present this to our government. And the
Yeah.
last, Bu Rita, tambahkan, saya ingin menyederhanakan menjadi CSL, SCL, Sport Club League, di mana 9 pilar itu masuk di dalamnya. Nah, CSL itu adalah orang berkumpul dalam perkumpulan olahraga, klub, kemudian menyelenggarakan pertandingan, ya. Pertandingan itu kalau mendapatkan perhatian masyarakat, nanti akan menjadi industri yang bernilai ekonomi. Nah, dalam proses latihan di klub itu beberapa pilar di situ masuk. Kemudian dalam pengaturan pertandingan itu juga beberapa pilar masuk. Nanti ini menjadi segitiga yang dinamis. Itu tambahan pertanyaan terakhir.
So I would like to try to translate the third question coming from Professor Amung. So he was planning to simplify this model, and then he was trying to build a GSL. So it's a community sport leaders club. So using the 9 pillars, if I'm not mistaken, so he would like to simplify that pillars and that models. So is it possible for him to do that? And he would like to have you to have a discussion with him for that. Okay. So, but then the first question, the first and second question, you can.
I have heard one. I have heard the first question, and then I think it was not in English anymore. So the first question was, to what extent can you apply SPLIS to a country like Indonesia, and how would you apply it? To be honest, if I would do a third SPLIS 3.0 study in international comparison, and Indonesia would access that study, it would be a challenge for SPLIS to do that. Same would hold for the United States. Same would hold for many less developed countries. I believe that in order to use SPLIS in a country like Indonesia, I believe that there is a need for an adapted model, and that should be developed on a scientific way, in a scientific manner. So I hope, actually I have asked for funding in the past at the IOC, because I wanted to do a SPLIS study only with less developed countries, but I never received that funding. I was not able to, and we cannot do research without funding, unfortunately. So it would be my ambition to once develop a SPLIS model for less developed countries. And I think it's not just about now 9 pillars, and I think, Amung, it would be great if you look at the 9 pillars and how they could be meaningful for your country. But even better would be to have a more in-depth study that really goes deeper into each pillar, that also surveys athletes, coaches, interviews different people, and that I believe that this is only possible in a long-term study and not in a short study. So I would hope that once we could have maybe a PhD student developing a SPLIS model that is adapted to a less developed country in the future. And I hope once that we can find funding to have such a study. I understood something from your Community Sport Leaders Club, GSL.
Yes.
I don't know exactly what the purpose of that club is. It sounds to me that it's oriented to sports policy in general and not focusing specifically on elite sport. Nevertheless, I think you can use the SPLIS pillars and the existing publications as much as you like to see how they can be applied specifically to a country like Indonesia. But as I said, I hope that once in the future we can have a real study that goes in depth and where we use the time. What I don't want is that that we do a study that only does half of it. So the reason why SPLIS took 2 years is because we want to go in depth and we really want to understand. If one asks me to do a fast study and apply the pillars, it exists. There exist a few publications done by others on Malaysia, one on golf, someone who did it in Australia. These studies are, you can see these studies. It goes on the surface of the 9 pillars, and it's good. It's good to have it. but it's not enough to really understand and measure the quality of your elite sport system given your own circumstances. So I use a realist theory, realist evaluation background here to say that you have to look at what works for who and in what circumstances. And that needs to go into the depth of the pillars. So I only want to do studies that go into the depth and not on the surface.
Okay, so actually that actually answered the second question coming Professor Amung, because he was asking, is there any possibility to work closely with you and how we can persuade this idea and to present this to Indonesian government, because he worked really closely with Indonesian Ministry of Sport actually and Youth and Sport here. So ask permission to translate this into Indonesia to Professor Amung. Would you mind? Okay.
Yes, and I would also suggest to Professor Amung that we may be able to develop a collaborative study in the future that focuses specifically on Indonesia, but then it needs to go in depth.
That's good.
Ya, jadi beliau bersedia, Bapak insya Allah mau bersedia untuk bekerja sama, dan untuk tadi pertanyaan Bapak apakah ini bisa dikembangkan, dipersilakan, tapi kalau untuk penelitian singkat yang mungkin perlu dilakukan oleh para PhD students, itu bisa langsung dilakukan sendiri karena beliau tidak menginginkan kerjasama yang tidak in-depth. Jadi kerjasama yang diinginkan oleh Prof. Bosher itu adalah kerjasama yang memang memerlukan penelitian jangka panjang dan kemudian memiliki tujuan-tujuan yang spesifik. Dan tentu saja jika melibatkan Indonesia, ini merupakan penelitian panjang di Indonesia, seperti contohnya kenapa penelitian SPLIS sebelumnya membutuhkan waktu 2 tahun. Dan tentu saja hasilnya diharapkan bisa berbeda, itu ya Pak.
Oke. That's good, kesempatan itu. Insya Allah saya akan komunikasi lebih lanjut. Terima kasih.
Okay, so he will contact you later, Professor Bosher. Okay. Now we still have 2 more questions for you in the. Oh, okay. So I saw Mr. Chamtines, Professor Chamtines, are you raising your hand before I would like to read the chat?
No, it was a mistake.
Oh, okay, that should be fine. Okay, no worries. Okay, so the question coming from Bilal Nuzul Ramdan. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Bilal Nuzul Ramdan from UPI. Permission to ask for the development of this sport in the form of a SPLIS really helps the development of our understanding. But when we implement it at grassroots level, this is very difficult because there are several things that were explained earlier, namely political characteristic or culture. What is here, maybe there is a simpler way to, at the grassroots level, to implement some of these pillars for the purpose of helping the development of sport, especially in Indonesia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for your question. I think the question a little bit lower in the chat is a bit similar. Yeah.
So coming from Hilda, yeah?
From Rian, with law number 11, that recognizes 3 types of sport. Thank you for that information, Ryan.
Yes.
Performance sport, educational sport, and civil recreational sports. And he asks, what if the SPLIS model was applied to recreational sports? So I think it's a bit in line with the question from Bilal. To add it at grassroots sports, maybe we have a different understanding of the meaning of grassroots and elite sport. By which I mean, in our context, the purpose of developing grassroots sports, the purpose is not to develop talents or to develop success. The purpose of grassroots sport is simply to have children or young people or adults participating in sports for several reasons. For health, for being healthy people and being physical active, for social capital, for having social contacts with others, for mental well-being, for psychological well-being. So the purpose of practicing sports are mainly these 3 factors. It is not at all related to elite sport. So SPLIS does not apply to grassroots alone. grassroots is just one part of the whole SPLIS pillar. So grassroots is just a way to develop success. Can you apply the other pillars to grassroots? At the pillar level, maybe. You can, for example, evaluate infrastructure in grassroots. You can evaluate, there is no need to evaluate scientific research into grassroots. It will not influence the success of grassroots sport. So my point is, if we want to develop some kind of model that says, how can nations develop a good grassroots systems? It will be a different model. It will not be a SPLIS model. SPLIS is developed to develop medals. Grassroots, the purpose of grassroots is not to develop medals. It's to develop healthy people, mental well-being, and social capital. So I don't know if I am clear in my interpretation, and I think it would need further discussion. But I do think we can apply the methodology of SPLIS. So how we developed SPLIS 9 pillars, we can use that methodology to develop a grassroots model. It would just be a different model, but what are the sports policy factors that make countries successful in developing their grassroots sports level? I think it's a different model.
Okay, so before we move to our last question, Hilda, so someone is raising her hand actually here in the auditorium. So I would like to invite Ms. Anira. So would like to propose a question? Yes, please. No, okay, we cannot hear you.
Okay, hello, Professor Firly. Yes, this is me, Anira. Actually, I'm a PhD student here, and I'm so interested with the sport policy in Indonesia. And my professor, Professor Amung, I think he is the one that make me believe that we can do the SPLIS model here in Indonesia. And I think that your suggestion about the research about SPLIS model with scientific manner will be great. And me and Professor Amung now is on progressing about that. Okay, if that okay with you, can I email you with this research about the PhD project? That would be great to have you here to maybe mentoring and work together closely with you. That is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I am. Thank you for your question and congratulations on a great subject of your PhD. I don't know if you're in your first year or fourth year. Because if I want to be involved, I want to be involved from the very beginning, so I can guide you in a good way. But obviously, I would be interested in setting up a PhD together with Professor Amung specifically on that topic. But I should also admit that I'm a bit limited in time. I currently guide too many PhD students. But still, if your PhD is based on good scientific, we can discuss it. I would be very happy to find a way. I'm also fascinated about the topic. I've also noticed that Professor Amung is writing good publications himself, so he must be a good researcher. So I would be interested in discussing this further.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, glad to hear that. So probably a big round of applause for Anira. Last question to conclude our meeting for today. So the question is coming from Hilda. From your presentation, the data shows that Korea has the highest money expenditure, but in Pillar 5, the position is quite low. What should be done so that the investment of money can be optimized in supporting the career development of athletes?
Yes. The funding was indeed very high, and as I explained, half of the funding goes to the organization of international events. So if we take half of the funding, it's on the level of it was almost on the line. What could specifically be done to influence the success of South Korea? To be honest, I should look in the book again and read and look specifically at the scores that South Korea had on the different pillars. and on the different critical success factors, because I don't know it from my head how South Korea performed. You can definitely find the scores of all the countries and the critical success factors in our book. So the book is called Successful Elite Sports Policies, and there it runs through each pillar, and you can find all the details there, but I don't know the answer from my head. I also want to mention that on our website, for people that are interested, there are a number of free downloadable publications. So if you there go to publications, you will find a number of publications that are free to download for anyone who is interested in. I can't remember from my head what the South Korea elite sports system on Pillar 5 specifically was.
Okay, so hopefully this answered your question. Yeah, Hilda. So, but then probably you can follow the suggestion to check on the books, yeah, which is Professor just suggested. So actually, Hilda's question and your answer conclude our session for this afternoon. Really grateful to have you. This is such a warm and then interesting conversation and discussion between us here in Indonesia and then Mr. Chamtinas in Turkey and then you yourself. So is there any concluding remark coming from your side to end this session?
My concluding remark would first of all to thank you for organizing this wonderful conference and for inviting me. It's a great honor for me to speak to you. I would also like to thank the whole audience and the people online for great questions that I've received. And I think it would be a real challenge to set up a good in-depth study that specifically focuses on countries like Indonesia or specifically on Muslim countries and so on. I think a number of PhDs would be interesting to do that. But I think it's opening eyes of many people and also for me. So I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, you're very welcome. Actually, the pleasure is ours. Now to conclude our meeting, so anyone in the Zoom, you can open your video and so we can take our pictures with Professor Bosche. So everyone who can open your video, just let your camera on. Okay. Okay, on my count, yeah? Okay, Mr. Chamtinas, you're outside. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your time. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the session. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to all the keynote speakers for today's agenda for your concise and fruitful presentation. Now it's time for me to pass over the session to our master ceremony. I'll see you again tomorrow morning. So thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ms. Wulan, back to you.
Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Anggorawati, and also thank you, Professor Firly de Bosche, and also Carolina Ruiz for the great presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of our event for today. Thank you for your kind participation, and remember, tomorrow we still have 2 more outstanding presentations. It will begin at 8 a.m. So see you again tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I'll see you. I'm going to leave this Zoom. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Tadi kayaknya banyak ya.
Photo together.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Cameraman.
Please. Please turn corner, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Makasih ya, besok datang lagi ya. Oke, siap-siap Bu. Iya, sama-sama kok. Bapak juga ini bagus ternyata.